did, yep. All right, very good. Good morning. I would like to call this meeting to order for the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, Tuesday, May 11th, 2021. And with that, the first action we are going to have this morning is to recess to closed session. So the board will recess into closed session to hear items 21 through 23 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. So Kim, if you would please open it up for any public comment for closed session items.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 20 through 23. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
All right, very good. So we will recess into closed session and reconvene about 9 a.m. So, and we're going to conference room 1. Is that where we're going, or conference room A? Thank you. All right, thank you. All right, so we are reconvening to open session after our closed session activities. So a closed session report, council.
Thank you, sir. The board met in closed session on items 20 through 22. There's no action to report out. Item 23 will be heard later in the day.
Very good, thank you. So with that, let's turn to our invocation. Chaplain Betsy Vanderpool is with us this morning of the Sierra Chaplaincy. So Betsy, welcome.
Thank you. So if you're ready, would you join me in prayer? God, thanks so much for today. Thanks for the opportunity we have to serve our great county. And Lord, as it's Police Week and we're celebrating that here in the county, as well as across the nation, Lord, we remember those who died for us, who nobody thinks it's going to happen to them, but they're willing to lay it all on the line if and when that's asked of them. And so, God, for us, we give honor. And Lord, for all of us, whether we're elected or appointed or we were hired into our positions, God, let us serve with honor. And Lord, I pray for your wisdom, for the board, for everybody presenting today, and help us, God, to remember it's about all of us together, serving our citizens and helping to make this county great. In your strong and mighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. Appreciate your efforts here to help us get started in the morning. Always a good way to get the morning going. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbow, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, very good. So with that, we will move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. So let's start with District 5. Do you have anything you want to remove, Sue?
No changes, thank you.
All right, District 4,
No changes.
District 3,
No changes.
District 2,
No changes.
District 1 has no changes. So I'm not seeing anything from accounting, either from County Council or from our CAO. So Kim, would you please open this up for public comment?
Now taking public comment on adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Good morning, board. Just a couple comments on consent number 6. It talks about, I'm sure you all read it and have more detail than I do. It talks about the California Mental Health Services Authority negotiating and contracting for additional state hospital beds for mental health treatment. And I just want to make a comment that in the entire agenda, week after week, month after month, there's no mention of the biggest mental health crisis in the county, which is the homeless crisis. Just a couple of comments. Before we come to mental health beds, we need to consider spending some of these millions of dollars for a mental health worker that is mobile, that visits all 22 of the homeless camps, 90 or 100 homeless women, 500 point in time homeless in the county. And we need to consider mental health being 1/3 self-assessment, with the homeless to the reality of being 50 to 2/3 or 3/4. We need to consider the minimum human decency standard of hygiene with daytime attendance, so that those suffering from mental illness living out almost as animals have the minimal hygiene, which will help them realize that they are valuable human beings and worthy of attention in the agenda until the need is taken care of properly. God bless you all. Keep doing the right thing.
Thank you, Jonathan.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so we can close that part of the discussion then, and I think we can move to department matters at this point.
Actually, I'd like to move approval.
Okay, excuse me.
The
Let's
agenda
move
and the
approval of the
consent
consent calendar and
calendar.
agenda.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy.
Second.
You're
Welcome.
So we have motion second.
Before we take a vote, I would like to comment on item number 24 and thank not only facilities department for pulling this together quickly, but thank the board for the action this morning to allow Marshall Hospital to use the lawn at the library for them to celebrate their healthcare heroes that were just instrumental during the pandemic. And thank you for allowing that space for this really important celebration. And facilities did an amazing job pulling this together, and I appreciate their efforts.
Okay, very good. So roll call, Kim?
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So now department matters. You want to go in sequence? Okay. So Kim, would you read number 14, please?
Of course. Item 14 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board appoint Joseph Crisso to the position of Director of Human Resources effective May 22nd, 2021 at step 2 of the salary range.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CIO. This is a department matter because we're required by law to have it as a department matter when we appoint a department head and set their salary. The county conducted an open recruitment for the HR director position, and through that process, Mr. Crusko came out on top from staff's recommendation, and based on his experience and where he is currently being compensated, we're recommending placement at step 2 of the salary range, which is approximately $156,936 a year. If there's any questions, I'm here, and Mr. Crusko is on the call as well, if you have questions for him.
Board questions or comments? Not seeing any. Sue, do you have anything?
No, just great to have an HR director back and very excited to be working with them. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So Kim, let's open up for public comment on this and then we'll bring it back to the board.
Now taking public comment on item number 14. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
Thank you. So back to the board for action.
Just
Like
want
to
to
move-
second Supervisor Novacell's comments that this is such an important position in our county, and just welcome him aboard.
Okay, with that, I'll move the recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. So Kim, roll call.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. So with that, Kim, would you read item 15, please?
Item 15 comes from Supervisor Hydall and Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board adopt and authorize a chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Marshall Medical Center and National Hospital Week.
Supervisor Thomas, go ahead and lead us.
Well, thank you so much, Chairman Heidel. It's truly a pleasure for you to allow me this honor. I know we've all had a lot of discussion this year about the importance of our healthcare systems, especially in light of this global pandemic. And Marshall Medical Center has truly risen to the occasion to serve our community, to protect it, and to care for all the needs of our residents. So it is truly my honor to read the proclamation today from the Board of Supervisors honoring Marshall Medical Center. A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado in recognition of Marshall Medical Center and National Hospital Week. Whereas a group of local citizens saw a great need for hospital care in El Dorado County in the 1950s and came together to build a new hospital. And whereas Marshall Hospital Center opened its doors in 1959, originally as a 49-bed facility, and whereas Marshall Medical Center has grown to a 111-bed acute care facility with 22 clinic sites around the western slope of El Dorado County, and is a significant economic driver in the county. And whereas Marshall Medical Center is locally governed by a volunteer board of directors who maintain Marshall Medical's financial stability and oversee strategy and growth. And whereas Marshall Medical Center is one of the largest employers in the county with approximately 1,700 employees. And whereas Marshall Medical Center has received numerous designations and awards for patient care, including the 2020 Guardian of Excellence Award for the Emergency Department, HealthGrade's Outstanding Patient Experience Award in 2018, and is a certified primary stroke center by the Joint Commission, as well as being recognized by the American Heart, American Stroke Association with a Gold Plus Award for their nationally recognized stroke center. And whereas on February 3rd, 2020, the United States declared a public health emergency due to the coronavirus outbreak following an announcement by the World Health Organization during a global health emergency. And whereas Marshall Medical Center responded quickly by shifting to virtual care for certain services, adding exterior triage areas, bringing in additional telemedicine services, coordinating physician visits to local nursing facilities, and hosting drive-through vaccination sites. And whereas the physicians, nurses, staff, and volunteers of Marshall Medical Center have, on behalf of our community, worked heroically and selflessly during the past 14 months of a global pandemic. And whereas May 9th through 15th is National Hospital Week 2021. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado County does hereby recognize and send gratitude to the many employees and volunteers of Marshall Medical Center during National Hospital Week. We recognize Marshall Medical Center's significance and importance in our community and wish them continued success. Thank you,
I'll
John.
move the proclamation.
I will second.
Okay. So board comments or questions at this point before we open it up to the public?
No comment.
Okay.
I just like to say congratulations to Marshall. It's an excellent facility with an excellent board and everybody there. It's great. I'd also like to comment that we do have another hospital, Barton Hospital, who likely also does a very, very good job. So very, very happy to recognize all the hospitals in our nation, especially our Marshall Hospital here on the West Slope. It's great. Thank you.
And I'd also like to just recognize the outstanding efforts of Marshall Hospital to serve the community of El Dorado County. I know they've talked about wanting to have a presence in El Dorado Hills and to continue that extension of their service down into the very western part of our county. So I applaud that. I think that's a great activity. The more benefits to be accrued by all El Dorado County residents by expanding that effort, I think is going to really be helpful in the long run. So. Yeah. Looking forward to that if and when it happens, but I just wanted to put that plug in there. So with that, Kim, would you please open this up for a public comment?
Now taking public comment on item number 15. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Thank you for taking my call. You know, I think this is especially deserved by Marshall Hospital because of their response to COVID. And I really so enjoyed the presentation they made during the COVID report, a couple months ago, where it showed such selfless dedication, such long hours they put in, and such innovative approaches they had to make sure that not one vaccine was wasted. And, you know, that takes just so much when one could have just turned the other way and said, well, you know, I've put in my hours, I'm done, my shift is done. And, you know, oh, well, but they didn't do that. And they went into the nursing homes and various places and made sure that they could really protect those that are the most vulnerable. And I know some nurses who work at Marshall. This has been extremely exhausting time for them and for the doctors and for the staff who've just done so much, and they are true heroes. So thank you for bringing this forward, supervisors, and especially Supervisor Thomas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Dr. Michael Saunders.
Saunders, that's right. Hi, this is Dr. Michael Saunders. Thank you guys for this proclamation. Marshall and Barton, rural hospitals, they are critical for the well-being of our communities, and they play significant contributions to the overall community and the healthcare of the entire community in our county. So this is a good proclamation, and our rural healthcare system is very important. We need to continue to strengthen it. They're an integral part of the rural community, and we look forward to their continuum of care. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. I wanted to add my voice to, the commendation and honor justly earned by our health providers, and expressing my thanks to the Board of Supervisors. At my age, I have the advantage of recalling my grandmother's stories about the prior pandemic in 1917 through 18. And it saddens me how much it seemed to turn into a cultural war, a civil war, part of which was evident during your public comments and your long-suffering Dr. Williams. So I would urge you to perhaps consider honoring this proclamation and our health heroes in a more permanent manner by inscribing this proclamation, or something else if it seems more appropriate, in a plaque that honors their efforts for future generations as we move beyond all this divisiveness, so that we can learn from the experience through what you guys did and the guidance of Dr. Williams, that a public health response to be most efficient requires the unity seen by the Marshall staff to be reflected in the unity of the community. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
I just want to add my admiration, and glad you're making a proclamation to heroize. I love that word, to heroize. To heroize all 1,700 from the team at Marshall Hospital. I remember coming into Marshall 20 years ago with a strangulated, incarcerated intestinal hernia, like an ice pick in my abdomen. They said it would have killed me if they didn't operate. And they saved my life. And they have helped save all our lives. So I would just like to add to the proclamation, would you take some of the $700 million county budget and acquire some space if it requires purchase, to get the heroization and the proclamation for National Hospital Week or Month, get that into the Mountain Democrat, where more people will be apprised and made grateful for the world-class hospital that we are blessed with in our county. Thank you all. God bless you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Now taking public comment from Brian Veerkamp.
Okay, good morning, board. I'd like to obviously thank you, board members and Supervisor Thomas, for recognizing Marshall as a board member and prior board supervisor. Obviously know how important it is to recognize our heroes, and Marshall certainly is one of those. And as well, thank you for the use of the library for our commemorative coin celebration for COVID recognition. So thank you all, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, can we bring it back for roll call, please, on the proclamation?
Of course. Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. So with that, Kim, please read item 16.
Item 16 comes from the Sheriff's Office, recommending the board receive and file a presentation on the benefits and challenges involved in the implementation of body-worn cameras.
Good morning, Sheriff D'Agostino. I'm not sure who you want to lead this, but please lead us.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me fine?
Yeah, you're coming through great.
All right. Well, thank you, board, for your time. For the conservation of time, I'm not going to go over the whole presentation. I submitted an evaluation for a body worn camera program and a cover letter to the board and Legistar for the record. But I want to go over a few things in this presentation. And without going verbatim into the letter, I want to talk on a few high points. You know, for the last few years, the sheriff's office has been asked if we have a body worn camera program in many different settings. And over these past few years, I have been very clear about my concerns about such a program. Some of those concerns were cost. You've heard me say before that, you know, putting cameras on cops is the cheap part. It's the ongoing cost after that for storage, for review, for redaction, the personnel time and effort that it takes to deal with such a program and administer such a program. Then there were also issues of law and policy that I didn't believe had caught up yet with the technology. That has, over the last few years, caught up fairly well. I use the example quite frequently of simple policy decisions such as when is the body cameras on? When are they turned on? It's one thing to have a body camera on during a traffic stop. It's a completely another thing to have a body worn camera on and videoing during an interview with a rape victim, things such as that. Over time, those policies and case law has caught up with the technology, and I think we're there with that. Another issue is the technology itself. It has come light years in the last few years to be very reliable and legally accepted. And quite honestly, it is kind of the industry standard now. Everybody expects it. Everybody wants to see it. Juries want to see the camera. The public wants to see the camera and the transparency issues that we're hearing about in today's day and age. So given all that, we put together an evaluation looking at what such a program might look like here at our sheriff's office. You have a full copy of that. And basically the bottom line that's very important to the board is the cost. You'll notice in the breakdown in the table in there, the cost for two different types of programs, technologies. One is on WatchGuard, one is Axon. You'll notice there's quite a difference in the cost there. And quite honestly, the WatchGuard, which is the cheaper, which will probably be the direction we will go if the board approves such funding. It seamlessly integrates with all the technology we already have here with our in-car cameras, with our upcoming RMS system, RIMS. It will just be the easiest to work with. It is proven. So yes, moving forward, I think we'll go down that road, or at least seriously look at it if we end up going there through the RFP, RFQ process. Having that, you know, I wanna say that also that, and I'm sure that there are other folks on here watching, maybe our district attorney and our public defender, there will probably be also some downstream costs that are not listed in our proposal. And those would be costs that the district attorney would have to incur to deal with so much video evidence starting to come his way, as well as the public defender being able to deal with that much video evidence coming her way for her defendants that her office is representing. So to wrap it up, and I'll answer any questions that you folks have. All the information is in the information that was provided in the Legistar for you folks. I believe now is the time to seriously consider this. Like I said earlier, it has become the industry standard. The community is expecting this video. Our staff and our deputies are at a point where they understand that it is the industry standard. They have accepted it. They are ready to go down this road. A part of our vision statement here at the Sheriff's Office is a modern approach to traditional law enforcement values. I believe that the modern approach is here now in regards to body worn camera program. We are doing wonderful things here at our Sheriff's Office. They're listed in my cover letter, trying to stay that tip of the spear, so to speak. And I believe this is the next step. I understand the difficult decisions you have to make in regards to budgeting. And in my letter, I list that your Sheriff's Office can absorb these costs. Since I took office in 2011, we have pretty much been a status quo budget, with the exception of a few allocations given over the past 10 years and statutory increases due to salaries and benefits. Our budget has pretty much been status quo. So if this program is going to happen, it would have to be fully funded, added to our budget by the Board of Supervisors, which means that I put you in a tough spot, but you would have to find the money to fund this. That's about all I have for you. I'll answer any questions. I know that there was one question that has come up, and I'd like to address that right now. And that question has been, why would not we contract out the review and redaction and release portion of such a program? There are very, very few agencies across this nation that are doing that. The rumor going around is that Placer County is doing that and they're saving a lot of money. That is not true. They are not doing that. As a matter of fact, they are going right now to their board for some allocations. It looks like they're going to be getting 2 investigative assistants, 1 detectives, and 1 evidence tech to deal with their program, administer their program, and it is being overseen by a lieutenant. We are not going that far up the chain. We're going to oversee it with the sergeant. Our plan is to, and then some other allocations to properly administer it. So with that, I'm here for questions.
Can I start with a comment then?
Certainly, yes.
Sheriff, I really appreciate you bringing this item to us. I know I've been following for the last few years where you had said, it was too expensive, the technology wasn't there, the policies weren't in place, but I really appreciate that you've been following the technology, and we've been watching what's been going on around the country, and this sounds like it's time, and it will be a good tool to, like it said in your report, help with relations with citizens. So I'm looking forward to, I believe if we wanted to do this as a board, we'd bring an item back. Is that correct, CAO? Is that how it would work if we choose to do so?
The recommendation from my office before you today, or the direction I'm looking for, is, do you want funding for this program included in my recommended budget to you for 21-22?
Okay.
So that, and then you would make the final decision when you're considering the recommended budget.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, I want to make a comment. Also, it's talking about safety. Not only the safety of our citizens, but also our safety of our deputies. So I think this is a great thing, and I think we need to move forward with this.
Any other board questions or comments?
I do have
Yeah,
a comment.
Go ahead, Wendy.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, Sheriff D'Agostini. Thank you for being with us this morning. I just would like to commend you and your staff on the extremely thorough report before us today. It was a pleasure to read. It gave us just the balance of information that we needed to make an informed decision. Appreciated knowing what other agencies are doing, as well as the constitutionality of body-worn cameras. So it was an incredibly researched and thorough report, and I really appreciate that. I'm also so grateful that your office, all of our law enforcement agencies, have the support of our county. We value our law enforcement agencies here in El Dorado County. And I'm so grateful that you're not having to deal with the myriad of issues that so many jurisdictions are having to deal with around the United States. And I see this action before us today as a statement that as this Board of Supervisors, that we value our law enforcement agencies and being willing to set aside general fund dollars to support your efforts. So I appreciate that before us today in that public statement, that we appreciate your services in our county.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, I'd just like to ditto that and say I was very impressed by the report, Sheriff. The very first issue you brought up was the fact that having these body worn cameras allows for a more informed and involved community. I couldn't agree more. This is something that's just so relevant to today's issues nationwide, statewide, and locally that I'm very impressed that you're willing and able to have us take a look at this, and I wholeheartedly want to say this is something in the 21st century we do, and I think it will protect not only our community but our sheriffs, and it's very, very valuable. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So I did have a couple of comments and questions. I did check with Placer County to understand what their program was. And I just want to confirm the sheriff's statement that they're using third-party software to do the redaction and stuff work, but it's being done by staff personnel. So the original information I received from one of the supervisors was inaccurate. Now have that corrected. In comparing what Placer County is doing, just to get the full picture, what I understand is they're increasing their staffing by 6 people in the sheriff's department and 3 individuals in the DA's department, with the discussion about public defender interaction as well. So as the sheriff mentioned, there is a broader context to this in terms of once that data is acquired, how does the DA use it? How does the public defender use it? And so I'm hopeful that there's been discussions that have been started in terms of what is that additional staffing to look at the total picture. I don't like to look at things incremental. If we know what that total picture is over the next, say, couple of years, because maybe it's a phase in, I think that helps us set aside the appropriate budgets for all of the public safety departments that will be involved with this. So I thought that was a very important discovery. The other thing they reported to me is they're putting body cameras on all the correctional staff. So their jail staff is also wearing body cameras. They felt that that was a very important element of being able to capture camera video data as well as just a patrol. So they had 240 patrol cameras and 140 correctional officer cameras. So they're looking at something like 410 cameras. They're purchasing the Motorola WaterGuard V300 as the sheriff has proposed as kind of our current selection. And I think that makes a lot of sense. When I heard the word Motorola with it, it brought a lot more confidence to me. Motorola is a huge corporation. This isn't a one-off thing. And evidently Motorola purchased this WatchGuard system. So that gives me more confidence that this will be a secure system. The other thing they looked at is a 3-year lease on the cameras. They did not want to step forward and purchase things that are going to be outdated. So they've actually set up a 3-year lease program. They figured that with the technology advancement and stuff, that was going far enough. And once you've established a lease with a given vendor, maybe you have some negotiation aspects of when a new model comes in to negotiate a preferred pricing. So that was a little bit different. They are starting their activities in terms of implementation. They actually ran a static controlled scenario pilot to validate the equipment, its use, how the deputies were going to use it, et cetera. I thought that was a meaningful thing that they had gone through. They talked about the policy that they have in terms of how the cameras get activated and what kind of scenarios get played and connectivity with the light bar and a lot of other things. So it seemed to be, they had done a lot of research in this, as our sheriff's department did as well. And there might be something to be gained. But the one overriding thing to me overall was, my concern was, is this the right time? And if the state is going to ultimately mandate things, because the state has had a California Highway Patrol pilot program since I think it's 2015. It sounds like now they're moving forward with full implementation at the CHP level. But how many jurisdictions have it? What they reported was that 75% of the agencies in California either have a body-worn camera program or are moving towards that. And of that, 67% of the sheriff's offices are moving towards that. So it gave me confidence that now is the time, with that many already on board. The likelihood of seeing any subsidies from the state, if they do impose a requirement, are very small because they're not serving the greater need. So I agree with, I think, the sheriff's recommendation. It is time to move on this, to set aside the appropriate budget. But I would just emphasize, I think we need to look at the holistic thing. and, try to learn from other people's experiences and make sure that we budget the appropriate amount to cover what we think the needs are going to be in the next couple of years, not just a one-year glimpse. So those were kind of the overriding comments that I heard back, and they are looking at a 9-month implementation program. So they're going to have everything out and operating in it within a 9-month period. So, and various other pieces of information, but I found it very worthwhile to kind of understand what their program is. The city of Roseville is operating a pilot program. And a lot of them, as the sheriff's memo says, there's a lot of agencies that are doing this, South Lake Tahoe, et cetera. They're all using different approaches and different systems, but it seems like what we've been proposed here is that sweet spot for what we need to do to try to minimize our costs and move forward. So I'm very supportive of this at this point, and I think it's time to set aside the budget as long as we know what it is, and then how do we do the implementation.
One of the things I want to make a comment on, and talking about purchases versus leases, it would be better to lease the equipment, because especially when that camera goes down or becomes defective, there's cost factors of whether the replacement of. So when you have usually leased equipment and stuff, they're usually responsible for it, especially if it breaks down or not, and it's no cost to us. So, I purchase lease equipment in my shop a lot. So that's one of the criteria and the benefits that I have to that proposal.
So any other board comments or questions before we open up for the public?
I'd like to leave the decision on leasing versus purchasing up to the sheriff and our
Right.
staff. Yeah.
We just need to set aside the budget. That's really what Dawn is asking us. Do we move forward with that? The details can come later, but.
I wouldn't want to condition that from the board,
Right.
though. Yeah.
Correct.
And Mr. Chair, I have had a chance to speak with our district attorney about future costs. He is on the line if he wants to speak or the board has questions. I have not had an opportunity to speak to our public defender, but there will be additional costs in those departments.
Okay.
It is unlikely we will have to budget the full year costs for those for fiscal year 21-22, just because the implementation time and getting it up and running. But those are costs you need to be aware of. And Vern, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, thank you. I definitely think it is time to do it, and I'm very supportive of the sheriff moving in this direction. There will be an impact on obviously every criminal case that there'll be a recording of some kind. There already are in off of the various other cameras that are in patrol cars and things like that. This will add a significant amount of additional camera and additional work. And as the CAO indicated, we've been in contact with him and talking about it and looking at other jurisdictions, because all of these camera angles, recordings all flow eventually to the DA's office, and a percentage of that will also go to the public defender's office. I think there'll be some type of impact on the public defender, probably not that great, depending on how it's managed, but there will definitely be on our end in terms of managing the data.
All right, very good. Thank you, Vern, for your comments.
Thank you.
And let's open it up for public comments or questions and take it that way.
Now taking public comment on item number 16. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Thank you for taking my call. And I agree with the others who said it was a very good report, very thorough. I read it all and I appreciated it. And all the data from other jurisdictions was very interesting. So thank you for doing that. And also thank you for, deciding, Sheriff D'Agostini, that now is the time. I think there's many of us who are in great support of this idea and are very pleased that you've come to this conclusion. I really don't see the downside for either citizens or for the sheriff's staff. I think it's a protection for everyone. And people aren't doing things that they're, how can I say, if you're not ashamed of what you're doing, you shouldn't be having a problem being videotaped. You know what I'm saying? If you have nothing to hide, then having it be on camera shouldn't be a problem on either side. So I appreciate this very much. I think it's the right direction. I do have a question about funding because I recall some type of meeting that was held by the supervisors where it was like maybe a mid-year report, went department by department of where we were with funding. And I remember that the sheriff's department had a lot of extra funding for unfilled positions. There was, and I'm sorry if I remember this incorrectly, I'm just bringing it up as a point of thoroughness. It seemed like there was a lot of extra money from the sheriff's department. And before you wholesale decide that this is a total add-on to the sheriff's budget, I'm sure you're going to check to see what surplus there may be that could possibly go towards this. Maybe not a popular thing to say, I'm sorry, Sheriff, but it's just something I noticed. The last thing I wanted to mention was you brought the example of a rape victim potentially not being videotaped during the interview. And I would like to say that I think that should be totally up to the victim themselves. They've lost total agency of their body and of the circumstance. And they may want to regain some of that control and they may want to be videotaped. There unfortunately have been instances of rape victims not being handled sensitively and almost victim blaming. And so I think they should be given the choice whether their interview would be taped or not. So thank you very much. And again, I just appreciate everything you've done and that we've gotten to this place in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Dr. Michael Saunders.
Hello, thank you all. This is Dr. Michael Saunders. I know, Sheriff, we've had discussions on this in the past, and yes, you brought up some of the biggest challenges and cost, which are mentioned and documented, deal with the infrastructure, the monitoring, the storage, the data, and requests for access and records access with this. So these will be some of the challenges that we face down the road. In terms of the benefits, this goes along with the great community outreach programs that the sheriff's already has, and this is also going to help with the accountability and transparency for the sheriff's office. The other thing that we said is protects both sides. So it protects your sheriffs, it protects the deputies, and it protects the citizenry. Community, this is a great moving forward for us. And the only thing I would add to the board, the sheriff and our DA is also remember there is possible grant funding opportunities to help offset this cost. I know for the sheriffs, it's going to be a little harder because nationally, we've seen this is going to be one of the big asks for sheriffs across the nation. So their funding from the federal may not be as strong, but the state funding, the sheriffs may get more money from the state. And also there may be different categories. So check the fundings for county level, sheriff level, and the DA level, because Department of Justice also has it separated that way as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Yeah, Leo, we can't hear you. Did you
He
disappear?
dropped off.
Okay.
Now taking public comment from Rod Miller.
Rod Miller, El Dorado County Growers Alliance. We very much support this type of program, body worn camera program. As others have said, this will promote transparency about what's going on in our communities. And I would add that there needs to be some sort of audit control process such that there's consequences if the data suddenly disappears somewhere. When you have transparency, for example, on the 263 raids that were done in our community, the cannabis community, I think it would bring light to the amount of destruction that's done during these searches, and such that perhaps you all will develop a policy where if there's searches and nobody is charged, then the sheriff's department is responsible for cleaning up the damage to people's property, clean up the mess that's left behind from the search. But, the report was very thorough, and appreciate the information from the sheriff's department. Please move forward with this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rod.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. Sorry, didn't get the unmute prompt. I'm joining everybody else in commending the sheriff and his staff in a very thorough report, and also appreciate the various observations from the Board of Supervisors. My comments go to the ongoing costs, specifically in the personnel department. There are provided indicators from comparable departments, which, every department has its own differences in staffing, but I appreciate that we get to look at Elk Grove and Palo Alto and Bakersfield. The smaller departments probably don't have similar capacity, so I don't, it's good to see them, but in terms of making decisions about staffing, I don't think they're as applicable. Though it would have been nice to see Placerville in there just because we're all, friends in the same county. But the gist of my comments is that perhaps consider some of the experiences of other police departments that start out slowly, don't issue cameras to every officer, and see how it goes, because it's a fully funded 4 FTEs, which is a substantial cost. And when I do a comparison across those bigger departments, they seem to range from absorbing most of the costs into their current capacity to having to add, but not at the same level, even though they have more cameras. And I also think that starting out slow with the units where the body cams can be of greatest benefit will also help the public defender and the district attorney evaluate the impact. So summing it up, it's kind of like a two-step approach where you partially fund it, and then you have real data for this county in order to decide how many, maybe just start with 2 full-time equivalencies, because somewhere in the budget, you're going to have to find the money somewhere else. So that's my concern. And then my second point is, as you asked for it to come back, even though it's a really great report, I think having a greater exploration about the advantages that are identified in terms of improving law enforcement, like is their mission statement, how will these body cameras and the footage be actively integrated into the ongoing training program, I think would add additional value. Again, thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Michelle.
Good morning. So I just wanted to express my support for the body worn camera program. I have to say I'm thrilled that the Sheriff's Department and the Board of Supervisors are supportive as well. I think, as many have said, it is a protection for all of the community, for the public as well as officers. So it really is a win-win for everyone. I know that in the future, there'll be many discussions about how, the program is implemented, funded, audited, and all of that sort of thing. I look forward to being a part of that conversation, but I just want to say that I am thrilled that we're at this point, and I appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Now taking public comment from Richard Ross.
Good morning, supervisors. Good morning, Sheriff. I too reviewed the report. I thought it was a very thorough report, and I thought it was very balanced in one aspect, in that it said body worn cameras are not a panacea for every problem. And this system creates an entirely new database that is going to be historically present. It has pros and cons. Those who will filter through it to find fault will do so, and it's going to be interpretive. I saw the information. I felt the information was very open yet generic about the body worn camera. I don't know the actual circumstance within our county. I have had a unique opportunity to observe how well this sheriff's department in the last 2 terms has addressed issues of employee performance and accountability. I think where those two things are failing have caused the kinds of national examples of situations that have given momentum to almost an anti-law enforcement and public safety syndrome. I feel that this approach in some ways reduces the individual credibility of the peace officer, because now we have to go and see what he did. We won't take his word for it. We want to see it. I would ask the question, would each board of supervisor want to wear a body camera so we know that their performance was compatible with the current sense of public acceptance? Or would the surgeons at Marshall Hospital want to wear a body camera just in case the issue of competency and liability were to arise? I personally would be curious and interested in knowing what our conditions in this county have been. Have citizens' complaints been such where body camera would help quickly and dramatically resolve either pro or con? Are use of force situations significant? Have they occurred with frequency to justify the creation of a huge new ever ongoing database? I was pleased to hear from the district attorney's office that, this will be helpful. But I can tell you from my own law enforcement experience, once the visual or oral information is there, the
Public comment at 3 minutes.
the testimonial answers given by the law enforcement officer are discounted in the absence of video or audio. I think it is a path that has been forced upon law enforcement. I do not believe it is necessarily essential in all cases. And I would ask the Board of Supervisors to not, with such enthusiasm or momentum, say, yes, this is what we have to do. I'm not questioning at all the sheriff's professional executive assessment of this, because he is closest to his department. But I think he may be more outside pressured, and not so much by public interest, but media curiosity to move in these directions. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Richard.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good morning, board. Yeah, I really do agree with the last caller. I mean, especially in the day and age now where the media likes to clip things to meet a certain narrative. I'm not yippee for body cams. In fact, I'm kind of more, as a conservative, leaning towards the defunding of police officers. Why? They should defund themselves. I would never want to be in law enforcement in this day and age. Anything that you possibly do wrong is going to be held against you, and people are going to riot and burn things down until they get their way and the narrative that they want. And I just, as much as I love law enforcement, I'd say run like heck. Maybe we need one good sheriff who protects our constitutional rights, and then a sheriff that's willing to deputize his law-abiding community to take care of themselves. I like little law enforcement, and I like big R constitutional rights, and I like those to be protected. And body cams to me is just, it's a scary territory. So it's some ways, maybe it's a good thing, but I think that in this day and age, it's probably the worst thing that can happen to our law enforcement. I trust our law enforcement here. I think they do an excellent job. I've lived here for 25 years. I think that I would know if they did a bad job. So yeah, I feel really bad for our police department and our sheriff's department right now. It is such a scary time to be in law enforcement. If you guys get a chance, read the book Blink. It talks about experiences and making quick decisions And of course, that is based upon experience. So training is good, as much training as possible, and that should be funded by our Board of Supervisors. Good training makes good law enforcement. So thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Good morning, Board. I would like to compliment the Sheriff on a very intelligent, concise, and comprehensive request. What's so great about America, that we're not just a democracy, but we are a representative republic, that we can differ on issues and see things from different angles, but I'm totally in agreement with the sheriff and with the Board of Supervisors in moving ahead with this, in contrast to the two previous speakers, which of course have their right for their opinion. We are coming out of a pandemic, but the bigger crisis across America, and what the federal district judge just decided in Los Angeles, is that the national homeless crisis has to be dealt with because it's not decreasing, it's increasing, mandating that the county and city of Los Angeles totally empty the 5,000 left behind human beings in Skid Row be housed by October. But back to my point, we have a ongoing crisis of confidence, and we have an excellent sheriff's department. We have an excellent police department. I want to commend both for the uncovering of the perpetrator of the hit and run murder on Upper Broadway, with the fellow having driven 60 or 65 miles an hour, hitting one of our least, last, and lost. So the keeping up with the times, I just want to commend Sheriff DeAgostini for his presentation. And I would say, yes, 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 move ahead with it. It's definitely needed, and it isn't any negative. There is no comparison at all to saying to the supervisors, would they wear a body cam? You are on a body cam right now presenting your duties, nor would a surgeon need a body cam on himself. But in the position of law enforcement, I just want to say from the Bible in Romans chapter 13, every law enforcement officer is called by God to be, and that they actually are, a minister of righteousness. And they are doing a great job in the county. I expect that to continue. And I would say, yes, go ahead. And I believe I'm speaking for a vast majority of our citizens in El Dorado County. Keep on doing a good job, and please move ahead with this proposal. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Thank you, Jonathan.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'm going to turn this over to the sheriff for a few comments, or as you may choose to, but I do want to offer one additional thing relative to Richard Ross's comment about the huge database you're collecting. Most of this, I'm assuming, will be stored in the cloud. That's what Placer County is doing. They reported that by federal prosecution, statute of limitations are 3 years, which means they had originally set up a policy for data retention for 37 months. It sounds like they're now backing off to 30 months after having some experience and gathered some stuff. But the state limitations they quoted as being 12 months. So 37 months or whatever it is, three years is a long time to pay for data storage. But so we have to understand that consequence of going this route too. We have to properly protect that data for an extended period, much longer than I thought it was going to be. So we'll just bring that into the equation. But with that, Sheriff, do you choose to respond to any of the comments made?
I'll just say that we're very blessed in El Dorado County to have the support of the community that we do and of the board. We're unique, I think, in a lot of ways in this nation. We work very hard for that community support, as you know. Part of our vision statement is total care for victims, witnesses in the community. And it pays off. It's not done for that reason. It's done because it's the right thing to do. But when it comes to times like this, it shows that it pays off. Here in this, already what is sounds like leaning towards support from the board. I'll give you a little story. Day before yesterday, I went down into the break room and there was a cake sitting on the counter, and it was a baptism cake. And it was from a community member who, with a note attached, said, we had this cake made for our daughter's baptism. We had way too much cake than we needed. And we wanted to give the rest of it to our local sheriff's office. So for somebody to think that way, it shows how much support we do have in the community, and we appreciate that. And I will, I like to believe that if you look at areas across this country where they're having the issues that have been mentioned here today, I'll show you agencies that have built walls between themselves and the community, the us and the them mentality. We're the police, you're the public. That doesn't work. We are the public. We shop in the same grocery stores, we eat at the same restaurants, we pump gas at the same gas pumps as everybody. So that's how we operate. The body worn camera program, as I said, I believe it's time. The technology, the costs have come to a point where I believe it's something that we need to do. It will, for transparency issues, I believe it will exonerate our deputies more than accuse them of anything. We see that already with our in-car videos and even audio. When we get deputy complaints and we sit down with the complainant and we say, well, here's the video, and they usually quickly change their story. So we expect that to be the case with the body worn cameras as well. That's not the point here. The point here is to accurately capture incidents in the field as they occur, so that our district attorney can properly present those cases in court and at trial. That is the ultimate goal of a body worn camera program, despite all of the other issues that we're seeing with this video out there today. So that's all I really have to say. I thank you for your support, and it sounds like the direction you're going to go. We'll move forward, if so, in a very conservative and diligent manner from here, if that's the direction you give, and look forward to hearing what direction you do go. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff D'Agostino.
So with that, Chairman, I would like to move that we direct the CAO to include the comprehensive costs of body worn cameras in the 21-22 budget.
I'll second.
I think George beat you, Sue, but okay.
Oh, not a problem. Not a problem. Go for it, George.
Yeah, CAO.
And just for clarification, I believe my understanding in conversations with the sheriff, it would be the costs under the WatchGuard 300 model.
The V300, yes.
The V300. So since we're talking about, you're telling me to put dollar amounts in the budget and want to make sure
Yeah.
we're all on the same page, which model,
Yep.
and I believe the sheriff supports that,
Right.
that cheaper model.
Do you need me to amend my motion to include that? Okay, great.
Yeah.
We have clarity on that.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
All right, with that, Kim, can we have roll call?
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Maybe a short break.
Thank you,
10
Sheriff.
minutes? Is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
All right,
Yeah.
so let's be back at, let's just round it down. So 10:15, if everybody can be back at 10:15, okay? That's 8 minutes.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
I'm gonna pull this down. What are you gonna do? Fire me?
Yeah, you're out of here.
I can't hear me speak through this mask either, they said.
All right, we are resuming our activities for the morning. And with that, Kim, would you read number 17, please, our 10 a.m. time allocation?
Item number 17 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance amending County Ordinance Code, reduction in appeals to revise the timing and means of certain traffic impact mitigation fee payments during the appeals process, and 2, waive full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to June 8th, 2021 for final passage. Supervisor Heidel, can you open the public hearing?
I hereby open the public hearing. So with that, Raphael, are you going to lead us in the discussion?
Actually, Supervisor, I'm going to let Nally go ahead and take this one from the beginning.
Excellent. Very good.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Natalie Porter with the Department of Transportation, and we're here this morning to discuss the ordinance for the traffic impact mitigation fee program that we have. And it's still TIM fee. It's referenced as TIM fee because we will be coming back with another ordinance that'll change everything to the traffic impact fee program, and that will follow after this one. So we're here to discuss this ordinance. Back in January of last year, the board gave the conceptual approval to amend our ordinance to talk about the period when we're having reductions in appeals for the TIM fee. So right now, we did work with county council to make sure the language was appropriate and we weren't violating any of the any law regarding the mitigation fee program. And what occurred was there was someone who had, just to kind of refresh your memory a little bit, there was a person that came in for a building permit, and that there was, they had owned the property for 25 years, and they learned that certain improvements had not been permitted, and the traffic and the TIM fee had not been paid. So according to our administrative manual, you need to pay your fees in full before you can appeal the necessary fees. So that was obviously that was a financial hardship for that person, but there was nowhere in our administrative manual to address that. So working, like I said, working with county council, we came up with some language to modify the ordinance that says at the director's, Raphael's discretion, that we could accept a bond or a letter of credit or some other kind of security that demonstrates the applicant will pay the fee in full if it's found that there's no merit to the appeal, but they have to show a financial hardship that would be the case, and then we give them a certain amount of time after the decision is made for them to either pay it or for it to be waived. So that's the whole point of this. We have the second reading scheduled for June, and then it would go into effect 30 days after that. So that's pretty much it. Any questions?
Questions from or comments from the board members? Yeah, Natalie, I remember this situation obviously, and I've gone through and looked at the redlining of the ordinance. And obviously it reflects back to the TIM fees, and I know we're transitioning to TIF, so I assume at some point in time we'll get the language consistent, but at this point, I'm assuming those are equivalent terms. If we approve this, TIM and TIF are the same, and so it doesn't require us to go back and change the whole thing at this point, so.
Right, we'll go and change everything at one time.
Excellent, okay.
Yep, look good.
Sue, you're okay with this, right? For now? All right.
Yeah, I'm
Very
good. Thank you.
All right. So Kim, please open it up for public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 17. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
All right, excellent. So let's bring it back to the board for action. I'm going to hereby close the public hearing and we'll bring it back to the board. So,
I'll move to approve the item.
all right, I'll second.
Great.
So roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnboot, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. And we are way ahead of our
Yeah.
11 a.m. time allocation. We
Thank
wanna
you,
try-
Natalie.
Yes, thank you, Natalie. We want to try to do a closed session item before we take our lunch break. Is that okay, David?
Do we have time? Yeah.
Looks like we have time. So, okay, so we are going to recess again into closed session to cover item 23. We've already taken public comments. I don't think we need to reopen that. So the board is going to move to conference room A and we'll complete that. Probably have our lunch break after that and come back at 1 p.m. I'm guessing for the session that starts out with open forum and move on.
Eric, don't we have an 11 o'clock?
We have 11 o'clock.
11
I'm sorry. We'll be back
o'clock,
here for 11 o'clock.
And then
Jumping
Right,
ahead again.
right.
Yeah.
We'll be back
Okay.
for 11 o'clock. Thank you. All right, we are back from closed session. County Council, anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The board completed its closed session agenda, having met to hear item number 23. There is no action to report.
Very good. Thank you. With that, Kim, we're ready for our 11 a.m. time allocation, a little bit late. Number 18, would you read that, please?
Item number 18 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, EMS and Emergency Preparedness and Response Division, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 16th, 2021 through May 22nd, 2021 as Emergency Medical Services Week in the County of El Dorado. And 2, receive a presentation by the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority and the California Tahoe Emergency Services Operation Authority.
Good morning, board. This is Michelle Patterson, Manager of Emergency Medical Services and Emergency Preparedness and Response. I am pleased to be joined today by Deputy Chief Michael Lilienthal and the leadership of the West Slope JPA, Brian Bierkamp and Christy Jorgensen, and the leadership of the Cal Tahoe JPA, Ryan Wagner. Today, we're doing the proclamation to honor next week as Emergency Medical Services Week. So with that, I would like to read the proclamation unless there's anything else that has to be done before that.
No, please proceed, Michelle.
Okay, thank you. So proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado recognizing May 16th, 2021 through May 22nd, 2021 as Emergency Medical Services Week in the County of El Dorado. Whereas since the creation of the California Emergency Medical Services System and the Pre-Hospital Emergency Medical Care Personnel Act of 1980, the Emergency Medical Services Authority has existed to provide leadership in the development and implementation of EMS systems in California. And whereas an emergency medical services system provides an integrated and coordinated system to provide optimal care from emergency medical response to definitive care for all ill and injured individuals. And whereas an emergency team is comprised of law enforcement, dispatch, fire rescue, ambulance services, hospital facilities, and medical personnel, many of whom are unpaid volunteers who devote their lives to saving the lives of others. And whereas these teams, including emergency medical technicians, paramedics, nurses, physicians, administrators, and health educators are working together to continuously improve skills. And whereas on a daily basis, emergency medical personnel, including physicians and mobile intensive care nurses, play a central role in providing online medical control to pre-hospital providers and provide and/or assist definitive emergency medical treatment. And whereas the County of El Dorado Emergency Medical Services Agency is effective in reaching its mission and reducing morbidity and mortality by the integration and coordination of emergency and disaster medical care throughout the county. And whereas Emergency Medical Services Week seeks to bring together the El Dorado County community and medical personnel to publicize safety and honor the dedication of those who provide the day-to-day life-saving services of medicine's front line. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim May 16th, 2021 through May 22nd, 2021 as Emergency Medical Services Week.
Very good. I'll move the proclamation.
I'll second.
So a motion and a second. So board comments or questions at this point before we open it up to the public, and then we'll vote afterwards. So
I just want to, I'm sorry to interrupt. I do have the both JPAs on the line with us, as well as Deputy Chief Lilienthal from the Fire Chiefs Association, and they do have some recognitions that they would like to make today. Is now the time to do that or after?
Now's the time to do that. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. So I'm going to turn it over to Brian Bierkamp with the West Slope JPA.
Good morning, board. Again, thank you for this opportunity. I don't know if Chief Johnson is with us, the chair of the JPA. Mo, he had a meeting, so I'm thinking he had to go. I don't see him. Chief Lilienthal, do you know if he's available?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's
They're
available.
bringing him on. It sounds like, Brian. I think he was out dialing. There he is. He's coming up now.
Okay,
We'll have
yeah,
him
we'll
on
let
in a second.
Chief Johnson open and then we'll get right to it, Michelle. Thank you.
Sure.
Chief Johnson.
All right, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yeah, excellent.
Well, outstanding. Thank you so much for this opportunity to address the board. On behalf of the Emergency Medical Services Authority, I want to acknowledge all of our EMS and health workers throughout El Dorado County who work tirelessly to ensure that we deliver the highest level of care to the citizens of El Dorado County and those that visit El Dorado County. I also want to thank and acknowledge the Board of Supervisors and the CAO's office for your wavering support to all of the care workers and EMS workers as well. And with that, I'll pass it over to our Executive Director, Brian Veerkamp.
Thank you, Chief Johnson. Thank you for joining in with us. Next, I'd like to introduce Jamie Johnston. James is the Executive Director for Marshall Foundation and the foundation is partnered with the Emergency Services Authority for a token of our appreciation to our emergency responders. So James Johnson, would you please go take it from there?
Sure. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for this opportunity. Marshall Foundation is honored to recognize the dedicated men and women of our emergency medical services. And the foundation appreciates EMS and their concern, compassion, and quality of service to our residents. Your commitment and collaboration provides improved health and well-being to strengthen our community. Thank you so much for all your hard work and dedication on behalf of Marshall Foundation and Community Health and what we represent here in the County of El Dorado. Thank you and good health to all.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you, Jamie. And just to show real quick, if it comes up, we've partnered with a rescue utility knife for all of our emergency first responders out there. We'll be out passing those out next week. And they have Marshall Foundation for Community Health printed on them, as well as the County Emergency Services Authority and an EMS Week 2021. So Jamie, thank you very much for sponsoring for those. We very much appreciate it. From the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority, boy, this has been a year. The theme this year for EMS Week, this is EMS caring for our communities. And I don't think we need to say anything more about that, especially all of you been severely hampered in our normal operations, including Zoom here today with the pandemic. So we've got some recognitions. There are quite a few, but bear with us. We'll move through them fairly quickly. And these were for folks that went over and above, whether it was in our normal response day to day or during the pandemic. So I will start off with recognition number 1 goes to a Garden Valley Fire Protection District engineer paramedic, Christopher Garagos. He provided medical assistance over the course of several weeks as part of the Providence St. John Hospital to St. John Hospital in Santa Monica during the COVID-19 response. And we have a very nice certificate of appreciation, and we'll be taking those out to the individuals next week. So that's for Christopher. Then next is to recognize Georgetown Fire Department's engineer paramedic, Corrine Staves, for her continued work as a dedicated CPR and emergency services continuing education instructor and first responder, and now it's called emergency medical response. She is a mainstay in the program and has been for years. And we certainly want to recognize Corinne for her outstanding dedication to the system and educating volunteers as well as paid professionals and the community. Thirdly is to recognize Pioneer Fire Protection District Battalion Chief Michael Stutz for his work as well as a dedicated emergency medical responder, first responder program coordinator and instructor, as well as he's an RLP instructor for the El Dorado High School Union District. Mike has been in this role for many years and as well as been very instrumental in teaching our first responders and others. He also teaches CPR as well to many, many folks throughout the county. Next, we have to recognize our Cameron Park Fire Department CAL FIRE Captain, paramedic Brian Pooley, for exceptional care provided. His compassion and understanding of a patient's situation during a potential suicide gave her hope and a new perspective. In a written letter by this individual, she said, "You were one of the first people I felt like really saw me. You didn't give up talking with me even when I didn't talk to you. I saw a spark of hope in that ambulance. I saw kind eyes. I saw a man who was taking time from his own life to save others. Thank you for saving me. I will live the rest of my life appreciating the wisdom you gave me." Very, very touching. So pass that one on. And then the next one goes again to Cameron Park Fire Department Fire Apparatus Engineer Brian Schuler and Firefighter 2 Paramedic Justin Cooper for the exceptional care they provided. Their compassion and understanding of the situation was very comforting to this patient. In a letter written to the EMS authority, it was said, they were extremely gentle with the patient, caring, cautious, and so very compassionate. Thank you for being such amazing, selfless individuals on the job. Good job, gentlemen. Next, we would like to recognize El Dorado Hills Fire Department Chief Destin Hall for his ongoing commitment and dedication to the emergency medical services in El Dorado County. Chief Hall has been involved in multiple committees and work groups focusing on topics such as patient care documentation, controlled substance tracking, and continuous quality improvement. His passion and expertise are reflected in his drive for excellence in the care provided by the men and women, not only with the El Dorado Hills Fire Department, but all EMS providers throughout the county. Chief Hall, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Next, we have Deputy Chief Mike Lilienthal, El Dorado Hills Fire Department. His work in managing and facilitating the fire and EMS response to COVID-19 pandemic. Chief Lilienthal was instrumental in writing response plans, coordinating testing and vaccine clinics, and facilitating communication with allied agencies. If you were involved in any meetings and still throughout the county during this pandemic, Chief Lilienthal's voice is always there. Chief Lilienthal, thank you very much for your hard work and is very much appreciated. Next, we have, again, from the El Dorado Hills Fire Department, paramedic Andres Huta and firefighter paramedic Brad Willett for their exceptional patient care, their early recognition and activation of a STEMI, and I'm sorry for the abbreviation, but it's a segment elevation myocardial infarction, or simply put, major artery that's completely blocked. The patient arrested, which means they were without pulse as well as heart rhythm upon arrival to the emergency room. However, the clinical team was able to revive, and by the following day, the patient was in stable condition. So great work done by the crews from the El Dorado Hills Fire Department in saving this patient's life. Next is to recognize El Dorado County Fire District Fire Paramedic Zach Idlings. This was a hip and vertebrae fracture for Ed Nicholas Aguilar for exceptional patient care provided to a woman who sustained a hip injury. In a letter written to EMS authority, the patient wrote, "Please thank those responsible for my care that day. I don't know what would have become of me without their expertise and their kindness." Next is to recognize El Dorado County Fire District firefighter paramedic Michael Raffiani, firefighter EMT Josh Land, firefighter paramedic Justin Cody, and firefighter EMT Matt Irwin. This was from an incident that occurred up at Bennett Park at the El Dorado High School District. A person was out running, exercising on the track early one morning. You may have seen the story in the Mountain Democrat, and he had a arrest, and his family found him and immediately started CPR. And upon response of the first responders, multiple defibrillation shocks to this patient, eventually obtaining a heart rhythm. Again, as the patient began to breathe on his own, transported, and today has made a full recovery. So great work by the El Dorado County Fire Protection District. We very much appreciate it. Another one for El Dorado County Fire Protection District, and we're almost through. Ryan, I'm going to get you, you're going to get your turn here in a second. This is Captain Paramedic Nick Rose, firefighter EMT Nicholas Aguilar, firefighter paramedic Scott Bayer, firefighter paramedic Jason Vogely, and firefighter EMT Craig Hadley. Exceptional patient care, and again, a CPR response to a 22-year-old patient on Easter Sunday. Upon arrival, the engine crew immediately began working the incident as a team to deliver the highest possible medical care, which led to this patient's survival. Not only was it very difficult to work the patient, the medic unit was on a move up, so the engine time on scene providing ALS care was a little longer. But they also then had a difficult extrication from a 2-story home down some narrow stairs and performing CPR to get this person out of the house, and again, saving her life. So outstanding work by the field crews, and certainly providing outstanding care to our community. And last but not least, 2 very important recognitions. I'm very proud and glad to be part of this arrangement here. we want to recognize our El Dorado County Emergency Medical Services Authority EMS Administrator, Michelle Patterson, and for her continued focus and dedication to improving emergency medical service within El Dorado County, not only with her normal duties, but also during the pandemic. And she had a pandemic assignment and still is highly involved. So Michelle, we want to thank you so much for your hard work and your effort and hanging in there through all of this. We very much appreciate it. And I'm going to get to number 16 here, and I'll call her the ringleader. And that's Chief Administrative Officer Sue Henneke out of the Chief Administrative Office. Her dedication to working the emergency medical services component of our system in this county has been exemplary. The transition to the CA's office from the health department over the last couple of years. And she hangs right in there, gets things done and holds people accountable. Sue, thank you so much for that. And as well, working through the pandemic with all of the extra burdens that you've all faced. So from the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority, the JPA, Christy Jorgensen sitting to my left, we so much appreciate all of you. And please, we know you'll keep up the hard work, and we'll be out in the field next week recognizing those folks as well as all of them. So Board of Supervisors and staff, CAO Don Ashton, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Brian. It's good to see and hear from you again. I know you've been very active in a lot of things. So I want to say Chief Veerkamp and former Supervisor Veerkamp and now OMS Executive Officer. Thank you for all your many years of service and to all the recognition, all those who were recognized today. I think it's appropriate and I think it's well founded to really express the appreciation that we as the board have and the community has for the great EMS system we have in this county. So thank you for all the efforts.
Yeah. You know, my heart goes out to all of you guys, you know, being a volunteer for El Dorado Fire Department. I think Brian remembers that in the 70s and 80s. And thank you for all your hard work and dedication that you do for the citizens of El Dorado County. Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
And I'll just ditto that. Thank you to everyone. Brian, great to see you again. And thanks for all your hard work and just really, really appreciate all the life-saving duties y'all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Novosel.
I'd just like to echo that. Great to see you today, Brian. And just we so appreciate the network of care that everyone involved in our emergency services response shows to our community. All of the folks that we have the privilege of know are dedicated individuals that not only have a great heart for their fellow man, but are deeply committed to service our fine county. So just truly admire you and appreciate your heroic efforts that really make a difference in not only the lives of our residents, but the people that are fortunate to visit our county. We truly appreciate you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Thomas.
So do we have more? Are there more to
I
President?
think this.
Yes, I
Michelle,
thought
is this the
so.
end of
Yeah, we've got Ryan. Yes, we do.
No, we have
There's more.
Oh,
There's more.
Well,
There's
do you
a
wanna
little
say
bit
this
more.
before you go on to
I'm
more?
waiting.
I guess I need a full script. Okay, so
Carry on.
I guess Michelle, back to you.
All right, so I'd like to give Ryan Wagner of the Cal Tahoe JPA an opportunity to recognize some of his folks as well.
Good morning, board. Good morning, all. Appreciate this opportunity today. The JPA reached out and the administration wanted to recognize Mason Littman, and he's sitting to my left. He's been recognized by the Cal Tahoe JPA for his dedication to both the EMS system and his position as an EMT and his contribution to his community. Mason is recognized by his peers as being a great partner. When there's a shift bid, there's a fight over him. That'll tell you if you've been out there on shift bids. His actions throughout the last year have demonstrated his willingness to step up in a time of need. We all raced to ensure safety for not only our community, but our staff members through different initiatives and different changes and policies, procedures. And Mason took it upon himself. He recognized a need to assist the ambulance in protecting itself in the early times and took the time off shift to fabricate some barriers throughout the ambulances without being asked. And early on, this was necessary because there wasn't a lot out on the market to assist us with that. And stepping up in that need and that time was recognized by all the staff and very much appreciated. And I think this points to kind of Mason's progression and his vested interest in the Tahoe Basin and his beginning in his EMS career, and I just wanted to point out some of those. Mason was a graduate of Lake Tahoe Community College in the EMT class. He then moved on to graduate from the Lake Tahoe Basin Fire Academy in 2012. He was a member of the Lake Valley Angora Peak Fire Crew for 3 seasons, starting in 2012. Then a member of the American River Hot Shots from 2015, 2018. Then he joined the JPA in 2019 as an EMT and began his 911 experience. Mason is now applied to NCTI and is pursuing a paramedic license, where he is looking to pursue a position here in our local fire department. So this just points to our system and the progression that is available here. And when it has that, it demonstrates throughout their daily duties as an EMT in whatever position they hold in our JPA. And for that, we appreciate it. He's actually, his fiance is here. She's a Barton employee and going to nursing school. So just all encompassing of the system here. It shows, we appreciate it. And we will be giving Mason a plaque next week and recognizing the rest of our staff. They're getting little tumblers made for them, and they'll be delivered out next week. So that's all we have with the JPA. Thanks, Brandon. I appreciate it. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Ryan.
Very good.
Mason, thank you.
Thank you
Michelle,
for your
anything
time.
else?
That's it. That's all I got for you today.
All right. Well, again, we want to thank Ryan and Mason for their contributions. Obviously, outstanding effort. Mason's background is education. Obviously, he's striving to excel in many, many things, and we clearly appreciate that. I see leadership roles ahead of you in the future with your motivation and interest in pursuing these things. So congratulations on your accomplishment to date, and we'll look forward to many more to come. So thank you. Any other, Lori, I don't know if you want to say anything. else. We've
Oh,
gotten through
just,
that.
no, I know. I was like, oh, there's a couple more. I could tell by the,
Yeah.
by Brian Bierkamp's words. I was like, oh, there's a couple more coming, but thank you, everyone. I mean, really well said. And it's just wonderful to see, our employees in our county are just such good public servants, and it's just wonderful to celebrate that. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah. All right, very good. So at this point, I think we're ready to open up for public comment. So Kim, if you would, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 18. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There's no public comment.
Thank you, Kim. So at this point, Kim, if you do roll call on the proclamation.
Of course. Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novosel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent.
Very good.
So I don't think there's anything else we can accomplish before we take our lunch break and then come back at 1
Woo-hoo,
p.m.
lunch
So
today.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Good to see all of you.
Good to see everyone.
Good to see all you
Thank
guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay. See everybody at 1 o'clock.
Okay, we are back. Okay, thank you. We are back from our lunch break. It's currently about 1 p.m. and we're ready to take on the 1 p.m. time allocated activity, which is open forum. So Cam, would you please open that up for the public?
Now taking public comment on open forum. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Jonathan Gainsborough.
Here on the unmute. Good afternoon, board. And it's National Mental Health Month, Awareness Month. And I'm sad that we had no shelter this past winter for our 400 homeless. I'm praying that we have something more this next winter, but we need to plan ahead now, because failing to plan is, as we all know, planning to fail. Just a tramp on the street was Lazarus that day, he who lay down at the rich man's gate. He asked for a crumb, just a little something to eat, but they left him to die like a tramp on the street. He was some mother's darling, he was some mother's son. Once he was fair and once he was young, and some mother she rocked her little darling to sleep, but they left him to die like a tramp on the street. Well, Jesus, he died on Calvary's tree. He gave his lifeblood for you and for me. They pierced his side, they pierced his hands and his feet, but they left him to die like a nothing tramp on the street. Well, he was Mary's little darling, and he was God's only son. And once he was fair, and once he was young, and Mary, she rocked her little darling to sleep. But they left him to die like a tramp on the street. So if Jesus should come and knock on your door and ask, would you let him come in and let him eat from your store? Or would you turn a deaf ear and look farther away and turn him away? Well, then God will deny you on that great judgment day. There's thousands in El Dorado, the citizens that want to know what is being done for the homeless. They're looking to you for leadership. We need a regular report. We need a regularity on the agenda. We need to treat the homeless as the valuable human beings.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Thank you. As the valuable human beings that they are, just as much as every one of us. Thank you for listening. God bless you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Now taking public comment from Scott and Janet Telfer.
Good afternoon, board. Following up on my email from last Thursday, both the Winery Association and myself have been providing arguments based on factual findings, encouraging you to use your power of discretion to prevent Woodcrest developers and Dollar General from proceeding any further with this project. I have provided you with the fact that the Fairplay Wine Region is a federally designated AVA, where Dollar General wants to put in this store as our gateway to this area. I will speak further on this after I share where we are with the public opposition. Our opposition continues to grow and media has now taken an interest in our story. We have 90+ members on our private Facebook page, and we continue to build our local signature count to over 515. During our last 2 Stop Dollar General rallies we have held at the intersection in question, support for our cause has been very positive, and we are still sticking by the comment that 95% of the community and the tourists do not want or need this in our community. We will be back out there Sunday at 12 noon and have invited the media to come back out. I encourage you all to come out to Fair Play and see for yourself the genuine measure of support in stopping this project. Your argument during the urgency ordinance meeting on March 9th is that this is a ministerial permit and there isn't anything you can do to stop it. On the contrary, both our organizations feel that you can use discretion and stop this project from proceeding, citing that design reviews that should have been put in place 20 years ago and weren't affords other areas of the county rights that we should be able to receive as well. We appreciate the fact we are now a tier 1 priority, and we would request that maybe an emergency ordinance can be put in place that will allow our design reviews and overlays be implemented immediately and prevent formula businesses such as the Dollar General not be allowed in South County. Because the parcels are zoned commercial, you say we can't really fight the commercial use, but we can and continue to challenge health and safety issues, such as water, sewer, transportation, drainage, etc., and challenge the look of the buildings based on the existing county development codes. Even if it is a ministerial permit, we ask the 5 of you to do something to stop this project and use your discretion to demand an EIR, traffic impact statement, and anything else you can do. As I have stated and wrote several times, to even consider placing this store at the gateway to our Fair Play wine area goes against everything our community has strived to achieve. Our grape growers, farmers, and winemakers have worked hard for many decades to establish Fair Play as a destination for wine lovers. This has been our economic engine for South County. We are asking you to use your discretion to stop this project, citing that the area is a federally designated scenic corridor, requiring special attention to aesthetic impacts, and this project does not comply with any of these standards. Once again, I appreciate your patience in listening to me, and we look forward to your response.
Thank you, Scott.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from District 2. Got another issue similar coming up on Thursday before the Planning Commission with respect to it's still kind of unclear as to who will ultimately occupy the building, but it seems to be one of those formula stores, as formula businesses as we want to call them now. And with respect to the issue out in Somerset, I hope you all have some discretion on these projects. I imagine the Cool project will be heavily conditioned, but it will probably sadly be approved, and it will be subsequently appealed to the Board of Supervisors. So better practice up, if you will, because within 30 or 40 or 60 days, you're going to be hearing this. And I think there's a way for these to be not allowed. It's going to take some good findings, perhaps creative findings to do so. But the importance of doing so cannot be underestimated. And the importance of not just a design review overlay being applied to many of these situations, but some real actual land use designation opportunities through some, once again, creative revisions of the general plan might be necessary to stop this trend. I recently returned from the classic New England situation, and even Concord, Massachusetts, where the battle began for our freedoms on April 19th, 1775, the shots fired at the bridge and on the Lexington Green. They had these type of stores there. They were mighty dressed up, and their signs were almost unrecognizable, but they were still there. But they did make them blend into the settings a whole lot better than what we normally see in Orangevale, if you will. So you've got some great and difficult decisions and some leadership to respond to here. I hope you guys do the right thing. And thank you very much. And yes, I just returned from the East, and I went to Washington, D.C. and Gettysburg. I went to Philadelphia. I saw the Liberty Bell. They would not let me touch it. And I have a newfound appreciation for our freedoms and that people risk their lives and everything to give us what we have today. Let's not lose it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Ruth Michelson.
Yes, good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I'm calling from a different location today. I want to first say, Jonathan, thank you for the song. It just made me smile. I feel like I really live in rural America, that someone would call and sing to the board. I just don't think you'd see that in a city. And your sentiments are heartfelt. I feel just the same as you about our homeless population. And it's really a shame and a disgrace that we do not find a way to treat those less fortunate than ourselves better than what we have. Yes, we had 20 of them at Green Valley Church, and yes, we had 20 to 40 at the hotel turnkey situation. And I know some strides are being made to improve that situation, but we really need to step it up and show our decency to take care of those who are the least fortunate in our society. So thank you, Jonathan, for continuing on that. I wanted to also mention something about this Dollar General. I just read an article that I'm sure you could all Google, that Dollar General is so endemic in our entire nation that is the #1 store being built in the country. Dollar General is everywhere, and there's a reason for it. It's a plague, and we do not have to accept this plague. And I hope that there is a way. I don't really know all the procedural ways that could be done, but one would think you're our leaders, you're in charge, you could find a way to keep this from happening. And the last thing I want to say, just briefly, I want to remind the board that this has to do with county council. I worked for the county for 9 years in the 90s, and I worked with Sam Neesham, Ed Knapp, and many others who were in county council at the time from the very worked on many contracts. I brought them in front of the board. Relationship would be, and I do not feel. You can't hear me?
You broke up there for a minute. You're doing fine to start with, and then it started to break up. And go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to get to. I'm going to walk to a different location. Hopefully, it'll be better. Is this any better?
Sounds good now. Go ahead.
Okay, just to end, I'd like to have a more respectful relationship with County Council, with David Livingston. I've asked questions. Am I breaking up? Is it no good? All
You're
right,
good. Go
another
ahead.
time I'll call in. Thank you. It is good. I would
good.
like to have a more respectful relationship with David Livingston and County Council. No, I'm not a county employee anymore, but I am a citizen and I do have concerns. And I would just like to see that when I ask a question, that I be treated as an intelligent individual and be shown the respect of an intelligent response and not be brushed off. I don't care to be brushed off. Thank you. That's all I have to say today.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, board. I'm also calling in about the Dollar General. And y'all better listen up. When Ruth and I agree, y'all better listen up, because it doesn't matter what side of the political spectrum you are on. You need to listen. Let me tell you something. One of the best stories I ever heard was about a man who lived in this area during the Great Depression. And they were self-sufficient enough to where they really didn't feel the effects of the Depression. Right now, we are having major shortages, and I've been talking about this for a year, and I've gotten blank stares from most of you. Listen, a self-sufficient county is a county that will thrive and survive economic hardships. Right now, Dollar General has 1,000 stores that they are building. Just in 2020, they are taking over. They bring awful food, unhealthy. They bring cigarettes and alcohol. That's their gig. Cheap food and things that are not good for our health. 1,000 stores. You know how many little communities like ours are going to be decimated. I was out at Dollar General on Saturday filming with Foothill 7, and the gentleman, the gentleman who owns Gray's Corner, he came out with a wagon with a cooler and drinks in it to bring to all the people. And he said, "This will decimate me." He goes, "This is my family here. I have known the kids in this area since they were little kids, and now they're adults." I don't know about you, but that is the kind of community that I want. And when we vote for you guys, we expect you guys to have that same sentiment about this county. When you allow stores like the Dollar General to come in and other chain stores and formulas, you are decimating our rural counties. And you will be held responsible. So let me repeat, when Ruth and I agree, y'all better buck up and listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from CBC.
Good afternoon, board. This is Mike Owen, and live in Cameron Park. I've been a member of the county, or a citizen in the county, for a number of years. Wanted to call attention to the redistricting project that's coming up as a result of the 2020 census. And speaking with Bill O'Neill, it seems like there's a timeline of the census coming out and the redistricting effort within the county that is going to bump very much up against the filing date for the next set of elections. And speaking with Bill O'Neill, there's a number of steps associated with the redistricting effort, but it's not really clear to the public what those are, who's making decisions on the redistricting, when those are final, and when public input is. So this is a super important thing for the next 10 years for our county in terms of redistricting and how we make the voting representative for the population. And I suggest that we work towards transparency in that effort. And I think that a citizens commission for the redistricting effort should be something strongly considered, because the visibility for almost everyone is very poor on that process. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Now taking public comment from Tracy. Tracy, can you unmute yourself, please?
I'm sorry, I thought I did. I just hit the wrong button. Yeah, so I just want to reiterate what Mandy said, and I'm in 100% agreement with what Ruth said. And when Ruth and I agree, look out. So pay attention. This is, we expect you to listen to the people in the community and do the right thing. I also would like a respectful relationship with Nancy Williams. I don't like when I'm brushed off when I ask questions, and I still want to know what CT threshold cycles the labs are using. She mentioned the sensitivity of the State Valencia lab. So to reiterate, what that means is they are spinning these cycles. They're running cycles above 36 to start. That's what I've seen on the lab slips. Anything over 34 is not live. So this case demic continues because everyone continues doing the COVID theater. So that's it. And also we'd like to see you denounce the statement from Nancy Williams that some people's rights can be infringed for the greater good. That sounds so communistic. We need a denouncement from you guys. And we also need some transparency about that position that was recently created, the new health position. We'd like some transparency. What's going to happen with that? All right, thanks guys. And end the emergency orders.
Thank you, Tracy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so I'll give staff an opportunity if they want to make any comments relative to any of the public comments that were made. Seeing none, that will conclude our open forum, and we have a 1:30 time specific, but I think we can do twos and froms. So with that, let's start in the middle with District 3.
I'm not quite ready yet.
Okay.
I'm not quite ready yet.
Then let's start with District 2. You ready? Okay. District 4? Or you want me to go? I'll go.
I can go. I'll go really slow for you guys.
There you go. Thank you, Lori.
Go ahead.
Only 1 week of stuff going on here, so not too bad. Let's see, last Wednesday, I participated in the COVID cooperatives call and it's switched over to public health now. So seems to be going really well and informative. Then on Thursday, we had, the Transit Authority meeting and then followed by the Transportation Commission meeting. Those were pretty, nothing earth shattering, I don't think, in those particular meetings that week. Nice. On Friday, I met with one of my constituents that participates in a zone of benefit. And I kind of explained to them the new data that's going to be coming out the next time DOT, brings the data in the matrix and stuff. And I assured them that the data is going to be really helpful. And I'm looking forward to that presentation, actually. So that new data is going to, I think, calm a lot of the fears that first came about when we talked about the zone of benefits last time.
Yeah.
It's gonna be much better. And I appreciate that Raphael and his team worked on that data for us. Then I went out to Chili Bar and had an on-site meeting with a party that was really interested in the study that we're doing. And it looks like as a result of that conversation, we might be having a cleanup day out at Chili Bar pretty soon. So I'll keep you all posted on that. Bring weed eaters and stuff, will be fun. And then that afternoon, let's see. I had a meeting with the Marshall Medical team that I think everybody has already met with. I might have been the last one. So, because we got the email of data from them after that. And then on Saturday, I went out and met with one of my ag commissioners. There's a lot going on with ag right now. I don't know, it seems like spring has sprung and there's a lot going on everywhere. So it was really good to catch up now that we can start meeting with people again in person. That's just been, I'm enjoying getting to see everybody again. I don't know about you guys, but I'm loving it. And then yesterday, Monday, Taxpayers Association, Brian Bierkamp, EID director, he had on his EID director hat at Taxpayers yesterday. So that was a good presentation and they're probably going to have him back again to put on his, what is it, the JPA hat the next time he comes. So yeah, it was like switching hats. And then yesterday afternoon, we had a Zoom meeting with our Deputy CAO, Aaron McGezzy, and RCRC Chief of Economic Development Officer, Barbara Hayes. And I'm kind of proud of this, is that at our last RCRC meeting, El Dorado County is being touted as a leader in implementing broadband, which is, we're not used to being the leader in something so cool like that. So anyway, Barbara reached out to kind of get some information on how we got to where we are. And I explained that the ad hoc and the consultant, and Sue, you were a part of that ad hoc committee and how we got here. And so RCRC is reaching out to some of the smaller counties that are just struggling. There's money out there, but you have to be able to put together a plan to get to it. So Barbara's helping out some of those counties, and I appreciated that she reached out to us. That was really nice. And Aaron was really helpful with that presentation. And then I just wanted to say a general thank you to staff. I have got a lot of, I think you guys get some of the emails of complaints in my district. And so sorry about that, but I do appreciate that staff has been working really hard to keep my office informed. And also they're being really communicative and responding to the constituents we just have some really big concerns right now. So, and they're hard to work through and they take time. So I just wanted to give a shout out. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that communication. It helps a lot. So that's it. Does that help you guys get your stuff done?
Thank you.
So let's go to Sue, District 5. Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yeah, well, I'll just start by following up on what Lori said about broadband. Several months ago, California Association of Counties, CSAC, asked if anyone had any information on broadband. And I said, ooh, we had a study that we did. So I sent all that information into them. So that might be why RCRC is also, interested in what we've done. And it's great to see that nationally and now statewide, we're going to have some money coming our way for broadband. And I'm very excited that we're already there. We're set up looking at that study that we spent a lot of time on. We're kind of, we've got our foot in front of a lot of other counties, so that's really great. So thanks for that report too, Lori. So on last Wednesday, I met with the California Tahoe Conservancy staff via Zoom. We're still not meeting up in Tahoe a whole lot. Still doing Zoom a lot, but I'm the chair of the board for the California Tahoe Conservancy, and it's just great. I have to say, it's really fun. They have this time where they all pat themselves on the back about what the Conservancy's been doing, and rightfully so. They do a lot of work. So that was really great. And then the rest of the week I spent mostly talking to TRPA and a TDD, our Tahoe Transportation District, interested people about some of the things that are coming up on that. We'll get into that later. But then yesterday was the First Five Commission meeting, which was very informational. When we talk a lot about the community hubs, that's where that all came from, was the First Five coming in and looking at various ways that we could re-engage our families and our community in such a way that they felt comfortable. And so it just made sense to start these community hubs, and they've really taken off, and very, very excited about it. And that has a lot to do with Kathy Guerrero and the First Five group. They've done a lot of work, and it's really paid off. So I just want to congratulate them. And then the rest of this week I'll be spent with Tahoe Transportation District and TRPA talking about things such as neighborhood compatibility and how we get transit into our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. So I'll go next, and we'll just kind of do reverse order here. On Wednesday, the 5th, I had a meeting with David Turch, who's our Washington lobbyist. Had a good conversation with he and Alex Perez, one of his staff members and stuff. So I need to follow up on that, but I think we are going to be able to engage our lobbyists more as we go forward, and hopefully we'll get some better results with respect to federal funding for projects. David asked me what I thought the number one issue or need for El Dorado County was, and I voiced getting federal funding for US Highway 50, our Lincoln Highway, to make some improvements with respect to either Camino or the Placerville situation or whatever. But how about bringing some federal funds for our US 50? So we'll see what happens with that. Also attended the El Dorado Hills Chamber State of the County presentation. I made that presentation relative to my perspectives on where El Dorado County is, kind of a follow-up to some of the budget presentations that our CAO, Don Ashton, has made. So I didn't dwell heavily in budget. It was more, what are the challenges and what do we see going forward? Later in the day, I attended the Folsom Southeast Connector groundbreaking ceremony that was out at East Bidwell. City of Folsom is going gangbusters in terms of making the set of improvements to what they call Section D3. And so that's gotten started. Several congressmen, Ami Bera, various other congressmen, our Senator Dolly was there. Just a big turnout, a really great event. And I think this is hopefully setting a precedent for moving forward with the Southeast Connector, hopefully getting funding to complete the activities on the El Dorado County side in the not too distant future, but that's going to take some federal grant monies or something else, which we're pursuing. I also had my one-on-one with Tiffany Schmidt on that day, talking about the planning and building department. Always appreciate that conversation and what we're doing with staffing and where we see the challenges and how those are being addressed. Thursday, as Lori mentioned, we had the Transit Authority meeting. We also had El Dorado County Transportation Commission meeting. And I will say one of the things that came out of that was a significant discussion about the Camino project and some of the recent accidents that have happened up in that area, and the need to really do some things working primarily with Caltrans to try to address that. And so those are underway, is all I can say. But I think it was a good conversation, and we'll see how quickly they can move on it. Monday, the 10th was the Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor JPA board meeting. It's the first meeting I've been able to attend, having been the alternate to Shiva Frenson when she was on that board. And I brought up the subject of the need for master planning and recognizing that our El Dorado County Parks and Recreation Commission and working with our staff is going to be updating a master plan, which includes the SPTC, and wanting to tie that back into the SPTC JPA board and make sure it's collaborative as opposed to we have our plan and now we go to the SPTC to approve it. That to me seemed a little bit out of sequence. So we'll see how that fosters, but good conversation. Monthly planning meeting with our planning and building staff. That was great. the mobile home park discussion last night, sponsored by the El Dorado Community Foundation. Bill Roby led the discussion. He introduced our panelists. We had 6 panelists. Both Wendy and I were co-hosting, so to speak, but we made it very clear it was not a county meeting. We were there kind of to help facilitate the conversation and assist where we could. It started at 5:30, ran until 7:30, and I think we accomplished all the major activities associated with the schedule. There was about 80 attendees there. So a big in-person attendance. It was held at Union Mine High School in their theater area, which allowed a lot of people to come and be present. Obviously socially distanced, safely spaced, and yet a great presentation to occur. So yeah, we had a little bit of a technical hiccup with respect to the audio when CJ Freeland made her presentation in terms of where we are with our planning and basically where we are with our general plan and the updates to that, and how we have accounted for mobile home parks. The audio connection was pretty poor, so we had to try to be very quiet to hear that. But otherwise, everything went pretty smoothly. There is a follow-up. There's a lot of questions submitted. We've asked each of the panelists to respond to those questions, and then those answers will be sent out to everyone who asked the questions and everyone that we got email addresses for in attendance. So that's the way we tend to spread it, but it was certainly not the last discussion that will be had on the subject. It was kind of the opening round, but I think it was very, very beneficial in terms of understanding alternatives, and there was 8 specific recommendations made, and so we'll follow up accordingly. And Wendy can obviously add to this.
Great job.
It was a great meeting, but I went away feeling like we've really accomplished something here in getting the dialogue started. We solved anything? No, but at least we got a good solid start at getting a fair dialogue started with both sets of interests involved. So we'll see how that prospers. And that was it for me. So with that, let's go back to District 2, and then we'll go to 3.
Anyway, okay. We had a transit authority meeting that went really well. We had I attended a transportation meeting, and there's not really anything to really report on some of the issues that's going on there. I had my monthly meeting with building and planning and some of the issues and building and that's going on in District 2 and some of the road issues and stuff that's pertaining to District 2 that is planned for the future. Also, I had a meeting yesterday with PG&E, basically talking about our brush clearing and our easements. It was a very good meeting, and some of the concerns, especially supporting our seniors and what can they do to bring relief to a lot of the seniors and a lot of the people that are affected with the coronavirus, especially with these high PG&E bills. So it went real well. We'll see what happens and where it goes from there. Also, I had numerous meetings with my planning commissioner and some of the issues that's been going on there. I also had a good meeting with my Parks and Recs commissioner. That went real well. Also, my veterans commissioner, the alternate, came in and told me a lot of the good things that the veterans are doing for this county and for the veterans. Very positive, and I think it's a great thing what they're doing. They're moving forward. So I appreciate all the hard work that they're doing. Also, I had a lot of meetings with my constituents with zona benefits. That's a lot of people's concerns. Also, heritage and Blackstone, especially with the lighting issues that's going on, especially in some of these parks and stuff. So trying to address their problems and help them any way I can. So anyway, we're doing a lot of good things. Also, Brian Mullins, every Friday, I am going to meet with him and we're going to take a ride because I want to see what's going on in our county, especially when it comes to our roads, because roads are our #1 asset. I know a lot about roads and whatever I can do to help, but at least what he can do is give me knowledge and stuff that what's going on and what we're doing to help support the residents of our county.
Very good. Thank you, George. You're welcome. Wendy.
All right. I also was pleased to have dinner with David Church and Alex, and also reiterated our priorities in the county in terms of garnering federal support for those projects. Always appreciate my monthly meeting with our Department of Transportation. I was I enjoyed being the guest speaker for the Kiwanis Club of Placerville this last week, and we had a very robust and engaged session. I appreciated being invited. Raphael and I met with a prime Apple Hill grower, once again, working on the harvest traffic plan, and that went very well. So I appreciate those collaborative discussions as we're kind of getting ahead of the game. Yesterday, I attended SACOG's Policy and Innovation Committee that I'm on, and I wanted to update the board. There was a little bit of information on the Green Means Go program, and I wanted to update the board on that, SACOG had two asks at the state level. One was a bill, AB 1209, that was the framework for Green Means Go. And they were working at it from a policy standpoint. Wanted to tell the board that AB 1209 is not moving forward with the state process. So that is done. They can also have a straight budget ask that may be considered as part of the governor's proposal, but wanted to update the board on that. Let's see. Appreciated John's involvement, as well as our staff. Carla Haas was there last night at the mobile home community meeting, filming for us. Really appreciate her coming on her evening off, as well as CJ Freeland. And can't say enough about the support from the El Dorado Community Foundation. Bill and Chris did a Herculean job. And what I think one of the main takeaways from last night was that the foundation is taking on the survey of mobile home communities this fall, as well as analyzing all housing in El Dorado County. And that continues to be the challenge that we have in dealing with this mobile home issue is data, concrete data. And so I so appreciate the Community Foundation is taking that on. That will give us then a more solid foundation to make decisions on in the future. I appreciate that very much.
In the form of a rent survey, what are the rents being paid for various types of housing?
Exactly. I've had several meetings with Leonard Grado on the Crossings project, as well as with our staff. Truly appreciate staff's involvement on this and getting this important project over the finish line. I can't say enough how professional our staff is and how well they are, engaged in the process of not only helping the people in our community, but also us as advocates for our community. Just really appreciate our working relationship. And then I also have been actively engaged in conversations regarding the Camino Safety Project. And I appreciate Caltrans' heightened engagement on that, and more to come in the near future. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any go backs from the board? CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also met with Mr. Church, and so the board is where he asked me what priorities the county had separate from transportation. So I wasn't allowed to touch the transportation topics.
You heard that already.
And I told him as from a federal level, broadband, biomass, and forest health, forest sustainability. And I threw in airports as well, because as we talked about with our budget, infrastructure for our airports, funding for infrastructure for our airports is struggling. And there is funding in the American Rescue Act for airports. So I wanted to put that on the radar. Speaking of the American Rescue Act, the guidelines from the U.S. Treasury came out yesterday. And so the board and the public are aware. Those guidelines total 151 pages. So staff have a lot of reading to do to figure out what all those guidelines are and what allowable expenses and so on. So we'll be working through that this week and probably next week as well. As a reminder, the governor is supposed to release his May revise sometime this week. It's crazy. We always say this, it seems it never stops, but crazy times. Last year at this time, the state was projecting a $50 billion deficit. They're now projecting a $75 billion surplus. So it's really hard to plan when you have these huge swings, but it's better than the alternative. So we'll see what comes out of
Better
that.
swinging up, right?
That's correct. Yes, sir. I did not have this information at the time of open forum, but I did just receive confirmation. The redistricting website should be up by the end of this week or early next week. So for the public to be aware of that, to get better access to information. And that is, counties are struggling, quite frankly, the nation is struggling with how to figure that out with the timelines as a result of the COVID impacts and the delays in getting the data. So we will do the best we can. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you. So with that, Kim, I think we're ready to move to the last item here, our 1:30 time allocation, number 19. Would you read that, please?
Item number 19 comes from Planning and Building Department, Tahoe Stormwater and Planning Division, recommending the board receive a presentation on options to address vacation home rental clusters in the Tahoe Basin and provide direction to staff.
Very good. So Brendan, are you going to lead this one off?
You got it, Mr. Chair. I am.
All right.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Brendan Ferry with the Planning and Building Department. Let me go ahead and share my screen here. Okay, can you see that okay?
Yes, fine.
Excellent. Good afternoon. I'll be kicking off this item, but you will also hear from other county staff throughout the presentation. As you may recall, the board did direct staff at its February 9th meeting to return with additional information on VHR clustering, including information on the cost to implement the policy and the economic benefits associated with it. This item was then scheduled for our April 6th board meeting, and it was continued until today. So why are we discussing implementing a clustering policy for vacation home rentals? As you know, and based on some of the public comment you've received over the past few weeks, we have heard from residents that when there's too many VHRs in a neighborhood, there can be a loss of sense of community. So a policy like this is aimed at things like combating commercialization of neighborhoods, combating that loss of sense of community, looking at nuisance issues like noise. And one other bullet that's not on this slide, but that's worth noting, is a policy or program like this can help the county with TRPA's performance review system for neighborhood compatibility, especially the locational criteria that are associated with that. I've presented to the board a little on that program. It's somewhat complex, but that is the system that awards the county its residential building allocations. So it's very important to the county to score well in that program. Here are the buffering options that the county directed staff to return with. We're proposing, or we're able to discuss today, a 300 or a 500-foot buffer around existing VHRs, where no other VHRs would be allowed. There's the option to also add on a 1,000-foot buffer around large VHRs with 12 or more occupants, where no other large VHRs would be allowed. I do want to make it clear that this new policy, if the board should implement it through an ordinance amendment, would apply to all existing VHRs, but that all existing VHRs would be able to remain even if they were within buffers, as long as they follow all the rules, they do not obtain code enforcement cases, as long as they resubmit renewal vacation home rental applications in a timely fashion, as long as they pay their transient occupancy taxes to the treasurer tax collector on time, and as long as they maintain a valid business license. So VHRs under this new proposed policy would phase out through attrition, and I think that's very important to note. One other thing that I think the board could consider that I haven't brought up to date is whether this policy could be applied or should be applied countywide and not just in the Tahoe Basin. I think there's a lot of merit to implementing programmatic changes somewhat early in a program, and because VHRs are still not too widespread on the western slope, it could be a good time to try to implement a policy like this countywide. So that's something perhaps we could discuss later in the presentation. Now let's go ahead and look at buffering. When we say buffer, that's the boundary around a parcel that would then prevent clustering. So you'll hear the words buffering and clustering quite a bit in this presentation. But let's go ahead and look at buffering's effect on VHR numbers. I apologize, this table is a little busy, but let's go ahead and take it left to right with these columns. In the far left column, we have the buffer distances. I did leave the 150-foot buffer in there just as a reference. Moving over to the next column, you'll see 753 existing VHRs. These were the numbers that were prepared for the April 6th item. And I can note that that number has now gone up to about 850 VHRs since that date. So we are coming closer to the 900 cap. Let's move over to the candidate column. These are developed residential parcels in the Tahoe Basin. So there's about almost 8,000 developed residential parcels in the Tahoe Basin in the county's jurisdiction. The next column is potential, and those are vacant lots that are buildable under TRPA's rules. So there's about 1,000 remaining buildable lots in the county. Moving over one column to eligible, those are the sum of the 3 previous categories. So if every single buildable lot was built in Tahoe, there'd be about 9,771 houses. The second to last column is the average impact. So if there was a 150-foot buffer applied, on average, 6 parcels would be excluded from becoming VHRs. A 300-foot buffer on average would remove 9, and a 500-foot buffer on average would remove 10. The last column is the maximum, and that is if the buffer was applied, that's the maximum number of homes if all remaining lots did become VHRs. So with a 500-foot buffer at maximum, there could be 974 VHRs. And I do want to stress that these numbers are estimates. These numbers will change depending on where VHRs are and the buffers that surround them. And it does not take into account the fact that the current eligible lots are not evenly distributed, right? So we do have clusters of VHRs, and that affects the way that we've drawn the buffers, because the buffers that we've drawn are around existing VHRs. So this slide illustrates some numbers on what it would look like if we added the 1,000-foot buffer onto large homes. And again, those are homes that would have 12 or more guests. So if we first apply the 300-foot buffer and then we add on the 1,000-foot buffer, 1,651 parcels could have a large VHR, and 833 parcels would be excluded from having a large VHR. Moving on to 500, if that was first applied and then we added the 1,000-foot buffer, 1,169 parcels could have a large VHR, and 294 parcels would be excluded from having a large VHR. And I think this will be a little clearer when Emma from our surveyor's office presents in a little while. She can illustrate this on some maps kind of in real time for you, and you can see what that looks like. I'll illustrate here with a few maps on the 3 buffer types so you can get a feel for what this looks like. Yellow would be our built lots. Purple are vacant lots, white are unbuildable lots, and green are lots with VHRs. So we picked a neighborhood. This is in the North Upper Truckee area in the Tahoe Basin. We placed a dummy VHR there in the middle of the screen, and we drew a 150-foot buffer around the lot. And in this example, it excludes 13 parcels from becoming VHRs. Again, the average for the 150-foot, I believe, was 6 parcels. So because this neighborhood has a little tighter lots, it does exclude more. Here's the 300-foot buffer example. In this particular neighborhood, again, it excludes 31 parcels, and you can see them. If the buffer touches a parcel in any way, it will go ahead and exclude that parcel. So ironically, in this particular site, the 500-foot buffer also excludes 31 parcels. At first, we thought this was a mistake, but we re-looked at it, and I decided to keep it in to show you that because of the overlap, you can see the buffers overlapping kind of in the top of the blob there. Because of the overlap and some unbuildable lots, the 300 and 500-foot buffers in this particular site would exclude the exact same number of parcels. So it's kind of just an interesting note there. Okay, let's talk about some economic impacts. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to Jennifer Franich with our CAO's office.
Good afternoon, board. So your board had requested some information on what the economic implications would be for each of these buffer scenarios. And I just want to mention, as I think Brendan mentioned before, and I think that staff has continued to reiterate in the past, that of course not every homeowner will want to use their home as a VHR. And because of that, it's very difficult to measure the potential economic impacts. A buffer might have no effect on a given neighborhood if no other owners in that area want their homes to become VHRs. And then on the flip side, if there's a neighborhood that's very popular as VHRs, then one new VHR in that neighborhood could preclude a lot of new VHRs from locating, which would have much more of an economic impact from the county's perspective. I'm going to talk a little bit about transient occupancy tax, though, because that is really where we see, in the county at least, the most revenue being generated by VHRs. So in 2020, we're estimating that VHRs generated approximately $4.5 million in TOT. And then at that time, there was 753 VHRs in the Tahoe Basin, which accounts for about 96% of all of the VHRs in the county. So although the amounts of...
Who's advancing the slides? I think we're a slide behind or something here, so I'm not sure who's doing that, but...
No, it's all on this slide. We're going to stay on this slide for a second. I just had the economic impacts one.
All right.
So there is more information, though, in your staff report if you need a visual. So where was I? Okay, so if you look at the average amount of TOT that's generated, and we know this varies widely, but the best estimate I can give is about $5,200 in TOT per year per VHR in the Tahoe Basin. So as I noted, the neighborhood configurations also vary widely, but because it's easier to conceive of these ideas with some numbers included, that's why we're giving these estimates. So as an example, if a new VHR was located and it precluded two other lots that maybe their owners did want to become VHRs, it precluded them from being able to apply, then that equates to a loss of approximately $10,400 in TOT per year for the county. If we were to do a larger buffer and that would eliminate, say, 5 new VHRs, then that would equate to approximately $26,000 in TOT per year. So TOT is just one of the economic impact considerations for the board to take into account. There's a lot more that's not reflected in that TOT estimate, and that includes the increased tourist spending, the fact that many VHRs have cited in the past that allowing VHRs allows them to continue to maintain their home and not have vacant homes in Tahoe in the neighborhoods. And then that it also has the potential of increasing the value of their homes. And then on the other hand, we've heard from critics that because of the impacts to the neighborhood character, that may actually be decreasing their property values, and that there's also a wider reaching concern of the impact on housing stock. So those are some other economic impacts. Again, it's really hard to quantify these things. If there's any other questions that the board has for us, we can try to answer those questions for you, but this is as much as we could really come up with the clustering examples.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, we'd be happy to discuss that more at the end of the item. Let me go on to resource needs now. there's no doubt that should the board decide to implement this policy, that it would add administrative complexity to the program. More steps would be needed on the front end to pre-screen applicants to determine whether they were inside a buffer or not, and therefore could apply for a VHR permit or not. We have discussed a pre-screening tool with the surveyor's office in order to do that. And they do believe that that is doable and is a tool that they can produce for us. So technical resources right now are forecasted to be relatively low to implement a program like this. Additional staffing resources will be needed. The good thing is that the board discussed these at its March TOT workshop, and the board did commit to allowing us to hire one new senior development technician for this program and one new code enforcement officer for this program to help offset impacts from tourism through TOT revenue that's generated. So that's good news. I would now, before I turn it over to the surveyor's office to illustrate some of the mapping functionality, I'd like to turn this over to Christopher Perry briefly so that he can provide you with an update on enforcement as of late with this program.
Thank you, Brendan. Good afternoon, Chris Perry, Assistant Director of Planning and Building. I oversee the Code Enforcement Division. Just a few facts and figures about enforcement on VHRs to date. This year, we've opened 91 cases. We've issued the same number of notices to correct on those cases. We've also closed 45 cases. To compare, in 2019, we opened 124 cases. Last year in 2020, we opened 250. So again, we've already opened 91 at this point, early May, mid-May, compared to 250 for the totality of last year. So right now we're projecting around 270 cases, but if we get close to that cap, or if we hit that cap, there's an expectation from code enforcement that indeed there may be some unpermitted VHR activity, even more than we've seen in the past, which would drive that number up accordingly. So we can only guess at this point in time, but we're on track for about 270, which again is more than double 2019 and still above 2020 levels. Of the 91 cases, we've already had 13 administrative hearings. So that number is increasing as well. We're projecting around 48 to 50 hearings if this keeps a pace for this year, which would be almost triple 2020. So again, I know it's a lot of numbers, but want to illustrate that we recognize and prioritize this as your board has, because we recognize the enforcement piece is very important to maintain that balance so long as that number still remains at 900 or whatever happens with this discussion. We want to be sure that the enforcement piece is very strong. So thank you again to your board for the additional code enforcement officer will be extremely helpful trying to combat this ever-growing number of cases that we continue to see. So thank you, Brendan.
Thank you, Chris. And while we're talking about enforcement, I do just want to note that with some of the ordinance amendments changes that the board adopted in December of last year, that properties that are found to be operating without a VHR permit are now precluded from reapplying for a VHR permit or from getting on a wait list for 1 year from the date when they are found by code enforcement to be operating without a permit. So I just wanted to note that that is in effect and is another tool that we're using.
And that indeed, Brendan, is one of the triggers for the increase in hearings going forward, with that being in place starting January this year. So thank you for mentioning that as well.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Chris. Okay. Now I'm going to turn this over to Emma with our surveyor's office, and she's going to provide you with a GIS demonstration of the web application tools so that you can see the buffers a little more in real time and look at some more numbers. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing my screen, Emma, so that you can.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, Chair Heidel and members of the board. I'm going to giving a presentation today about the 300 and 500 foot buffers that Brendan mentioned. I am with the surveyors department in the GIS group, and we've all been working really hard at making these possible for you guys. On top of the 300 and 500 foot buffers, we'll also be using a restriction on large VHRs within 1,000 feet of each other. The analysis is visible in web applications with data downloaded from May 3rd. This data is currently updated monthly due to the lengthy process of downloading from where it is stored in Trackit. I've created a series of web applications, which I'll start sharing now. Can everyone see that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the first web application is the one you see here, and it displays El Dorado County centered on the Tahoe Basin. The green points represent active VHRs in the county. There are several widgets in this application that display statistics related to the 300-foot buffer around existing VHRs. To get a better idea of these widgets, I've created a bookmark so we can zoom into a sample area around Coru Street, which is where we were focused on last meeting. Sometimes this takes a minute to load. There we go. Once loaded, we can use the legend to better understand the symbology on the map. The legend shows us the symbols for the features displayed. So active VHRs are a green point, pending VHRs are an orange point, and existing VHRs that have 12 or more overnight guests are large green stars. The black polygon with black hatching around it is the 300-foot buffer around the parcel boundary of an existing VHR, active or pending. Each parcel has been analyzed to determine its status. There are 5 statuses visible in the legend under parcels by VHR status in basin. VHR existing, which is shown in green, is any parcel that has an active or pending VHR on it. VHR candidate, which is shown in yellow, represents residential and developed parcels without an existing VHR. VHR potential, which is shown in purple, represents vacant and buildable parcels based on our county data and from the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, TRPA. Other jurisdiction, which is gray, isn't visible here because these are the parcels to the east of this map in the city of South Lake Tahoe. Non-VHR candidate is transparent with a gray outline. These are parcels that are not VHR existing or potential and have been currently determined to not be a candidate for a VHR. You may have noticed that since our last meeting, a new VHR, well, it's pending right now, has come up in this area. This further limits the amount of eligible VHRs we have. So let's get into the widgets. In the top left here, you'll see allowed VHR eligible. This is outside of the 300-foot buffer, and it displays the count of parcels in the map extent that are eligible to have a VHR due to being outside of the 300-foot buffer. If we open the layer list widget, we can visualize these by turning off the parcels by VHR status and basin, that's everything, and turning on allowed VHR eligible outside 300-foot buffer. As you can see, there are 115 VHR eligible parcels allowed in this map extent. To be eligible, the parcel must either be existing green, potential purple, or candidate yellow. The 300-foot buffer is created from the outer edge of the parcel boundary of an existing VHR. Anything that touches this buffer is excluded from having a VHR. Any parcel completely outside of this buffer is eligible to have one. The second widget from the top left displays the count of excluded VHR eligible parcels that have any part of their boundary inside the 300-foot buffer in the map extent. We can visualize this by checking on the excluded VHR eligible layer. And as you can see, there are 268 eligible VHR parcels that are excluded when you apply this buffer. If this buffer is approved, an area with this parcel size and density would see VHRs about 5 parcels apart, east to west, and 3 apart, north to south. There are also widgets displaying quantities of the number of VHRs that can or cannot have 12 or more overnight guests, referred to as large VHRs. This extra restriction limits large VHRs within 1,000 feet of another large VHR. This is in combination with the 300-foot buffer restriction that excludes any VHR. To get a visual, let's turn off the previous layers and turn on the layers 12 plus overnight guests, 1,000-foot buffer. You'll see it come on because there's only, there's only one large VHR visible in this map extent. And then we'll turn on the layer that represents the eligible VHR parcels that would be allowed 12 plus guests. The widget third down shows that there are 88 VHR eligible parcels allowed a large VHR that are outside of both the 300 and 1,000 foot buffer. The fourth widget down, VHR eligible excluded 12 plus guests outside 300 foot buffer, displays the number of VHR eligible parcels that can have a VHR, just not one with 12 or more overnight guests. When I check on the layer, VHR eligible excluded 12 plus guests, you can get a visual of this. And there are the 27 parcels that would be excluded from having a large VHR, but allowed to have a VHR. Any eligible parcel that intersects the 300-foot buffer is not visible because they are excluded entirely from having a VHR. There are 27 VHR eligible parcels excluded. Let's add a test VHR to see the impact it would have on our sample area. I've created another bookmark. It turns on layers VHR pre-application, pre-app for short, and a live 300-foot buffer around any VHR and 1,000-foot buffer around large VHRs. The pre-app features would be a way of reserving a location for a VHR, time-stamping it so it has a place in line, and seeing if it is allowed due to being outside of the buffers. These layers connect to our internal GIS server. This means that once a parcel is designated as pre-app, it is saved automatically and a live buffer will be created in real time after a browser refresh. The buffers are drawn around every parcel with an existing or pre-app VHR. Features can be added to these layers through the Smart Editor widget. I'm going to use the parcel at 542 Wintune Drive. I'm going to verify this is the correct parcel by clicking on it, and our pop-up tool will come up. It displays several different layers information, including our parcel data. And if we scroll down, we can see, sure enough, this is 542 Wintune Drive. You can also search for an address by using the search bar. So you can type it in, say if you don't know exactly where the address is. You can also put in parcel numbers. This would be something that would be used internally, by the way, by like planning or our GIS team. So since I know that's the parcel we want, I'm going to use the Smart Editor tool. I'm going to click on pre-app because that's the layer I want to add a feature to. I'm going to select features to copy from the drop-down menu. Draw a little box in there. It selects everything that is visible right now, but I only want the parcel information. And this will copy the boundary of the parcel to create a new feature. The only thing you can enter here is the overnight guest count. So I'm going to say there's 14 of them. Everything else is pulled automatically from the parcel data. So you just save. And close that, refresh the browser. This might take a moment, but once it's loaded, we can zoom back to the sample area to see our changes. And And, while it may run slow at times, this tool will allow us to determine whether or not a parcel is within a buffer and reserve that parcel to have a VHR. And it runs a little slow because this is all live information being created automatically by our management system. So as you can see here in orange, this is our VHR pre-app that we've created. And once everything else loads, the live 300-foot buffer is in gray. It would, for example, if this was a real VHR, it would eliminate 30 eligible parcels in this area. If there weren't any overlapping buffers nearby, they would eliminate 41 eligible parcels. If I zoom out to the Tahoe Basin, we can talk about some general statistics for the area, the Tahoe Basin specifically. So even though these widgets are displaying what's in view, it's only what's in the basin. So based on the numbers for the allowed and excluded eligible VHRs, we can determine that about 76% of the eligible VHRs are eliminated by the 300-foot buffer. The number of eligible parcels allowed to have a VHR with 12 or more overnight guests and the number excluded are also displayed here for the entire basin. So based on these numbers, we can determine that about 46% would be excluded from having a large VHR. In order to get an idea of what the maximum number of active VHRs could be in the basin, our GIS group used a theoretical statistic involving multiple variables that will change over time. It is important to remember this number is not set in stone. It exists only in theory. The VHR maximum that might be active if a 300-foot buffer was in place is 1,243 VHRs if there wasn't a 900 VHR cap in place. Now these numbers will differ from what Brendan demonstrated because they're from May 3rd. The widget at the bottom left, just so you know what these cool little things are. This is a pie chart that demonstrates the quantities of VHR eligible, all of the 3 different categories that go into that. And this one is the count of parcels by VHR status in the Tahoe Basin. So for example, if I hover over VHR existing, that includes active and pending, there are 840 existing VHRs as of May 3rd. So the second web application I created also displays the Tahoe Basin and parcels by VHR status with 500-foot buffers around existing VHRs. It is the same as the previous web application in design, but with different counts of eligible parcels, since the 500-foot buffer will intersect more. So let's go back to our sample area. Let that load. We can see in our legend that the feature with black outline and black hatching is now the 500-foot buffer. We can easily compare using this web app the 2 different buffers. So here's the 300-foot buffer and the 500. You can see it almost doubles in size.
Emma, I think you need to pause sharing and reshare your screen. We could still only see
Okay.
a 300-foot.
It's not
All right,
refreshing.
thanks for letting me know. That's too bad. I was hoping it wouldn't do that this time. Can you see the 500 now?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll show you that last bit I talked about a second ago, comparing the 2. So there's the 300-foot buffer with the 500-foot buffer. So you can see the change in what would be eliminated. So the widget at the top left is again allowed VHR eligible outside 500-foot buffer. and this displays a count of parcels in the map extent that are allowed a VHR due to not intersecting the buffer. There are 27 VHR eligible parcels that would be allowed. Anything that touches this buffer is excluded from having a VHR. We can visualize this as well by turning on, oh, sorry, here, I'll show you. Here's the allowed VHR eligible parcels. And if I turn that off, then you can see how many are excluded in this area. There are 349 that are excluded in this map extent. If this buffer is approved, an area with this parcel size and density would see VHRs about 7 parcels apart, east to west, and 4 apart, north to south. The widgets displaying quantities of the number of VHRs that can or cannot have 12 or more overnight guests are the 3rd and 4th widgets down. This extra restriction on top of the 500-foot buffer that excludes any VHR limits large VHRs within 1,000 feet of each other. By turning off the previous layers and turning on our 1,000-foot buffer around large VHRs and the layer for VHR eligible parcels allowed 12 plus guests outside 500-foot buffer, we can get a visual of 26 parcels that would be allowed a large VHR. The widget VHR eligible excluded 12 plus guests outside 500-foot buffer displays the number of VHR eligible parcels that intersect the 1,000-foot buffer around existing large VHRs. These vehicles can still have a VHR, just not a large one. In this map extent, you'll see there is only one. This is due to the fact that only the eligible parcels that intersect the 1,000-foot buffer and are outside of the 500-foot buffer would be excluded from having a large VHR. Since we already created a test VHR, it will be visible in this map once I zoom to the bookmark. Give that a second to load. Once it loads, you'll see a visual that the test VHR would eliminate 27 eligible parcels. This is due to the fact that most of the parcels that would have been eliminated were already ineligible due to intersecting the 500-foot buffer around existing VHRs. If those buffers weren't there, this test VHR 500-foot buffer would exclude 77 eligible parcels. If I zoom out to the Tahoe Basin, the widgets display the totals for the entire Tahoe Basin, including what would be allowed and excluded. Based on these numbers, we can determine that about 86% of the eligible parcels are eliminated. The number of eligible parcels allowed and excluded from having a VHR with 12 or more overnight guests is also displayed. Based on these numbers, we can determine that almost 23% would be excluded from having a large VHR. Using the same theoretical statistic as the 300-foot buffer, we have determined that there's a VHR maximum of 1,085 VHRs that might be active if a 500-foot buffer was in place. That is, of course, if there wasn't a 900 VHR cap. I hope this helps you to get a better understanding of how buffers of various sizes in combination with a restriction on large VHRs within 1,000 feet of each other could reduce the amount of VHRs allowed in the Tahoe Basin. Please let me know if you have any questions, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Emma. Questions or comments from board members?
What a helpful tool. I mean, that was
Yeah.
absolutely amazing, Emma. Thank you so much.
And
You're
thank
very
you for the
welcome.
demo. That was,
Yeah.
it was good to see it in action.
Yes.
It really
Incredible.
was.
I had a question.
Go ahead, Sue.
Thank you. So how did, and maybe it's more for Brendan, how did we get to the 1,000 feet and 12 occupants as far as maybe having this as a possibility? We thought of less occupants and bigger area, or how did we get there?
Yeah, that was a discussion that we had at the board in February. doing some analysis internally and looking at some complaints, we figured that 12 guests was a good number to use to classify as a large VHR. If you'll recall, we allow 2 guests per bedroom plus 2. So this would be 5-bedroom houses and larger.
Okay.
So I think it's fair to say that you can classify that as a large home. You know, a 4-bedroom home is typically more of a, you know, family size home. 5-bedroom, you're looking at, you know, I think we could all agree is a large home. And so we picked that number and the 1,000 foot as just a, you know, scaling up the buffer size from the 500 foot that we were contemplating.
And did we look at any of the other jurisdictions to see if they do that and how many feet and how many occupants do they do? I'm just curious to see what you know, if this is going to work well.
Jennifer may know. I know she did some analysis on other jurisdictions. Do you know, Jennifer?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at my big spreadsheet with all the research that we did for other jurisdictions, but I believe there's one other town that used that 1,000 foot buffer. I don't remember if it was only for large VHRs. I think that was just the buffer that they went with for all of theirs.
Okay, all right, great. But we did some research. Thank you. Thank you.
Questions or comments? I guess I have one in general, and this goes to, you know, the whole spectrum of trying to cluster. It's been suggested over and over and over again that the major issue we're faced with is enforcement, and that if we had enforcement and if we had complaint systems and we were responsive and we were able to clean those things up, right? There's a lot of ifs in there, that we really shouldn't be concerned with clustering. And I've got mixed feelings on that. I don't know that, you know, the absolute optimum enforcement would ever take us away from being concerned with the neighborhood aspect of the change that's been going on in Tahoe for 20, 25, 30, whatever, pick the number of years. It's been a progressive change where VHRs have become very popular. That's an expectation. There's a whole industry that in Tahoe that surfaces around that. But I'm just looking for staff's indication of whether we could ever envision strictly a enforcement effort that would solve, I'm going to say 90 to 95% of our issues. Is that even, you know, achievable? I guess is the question I have. And I don't know the enforcement part of it. How difficult is that? So can anybody help me with that particular type of a view?
You know, I'm going to say something. Go ahead. Go ahead. Well, the thing I was thinking on too is if we ever put in a 3 strikes you're out issue, because if there's 3 complaints and 3 different times they came out there that you lose your rights, you lose your permit.
That's in our ordinance.
It is in the ordinance already? Well, then I got a question, because I got a lot of family live in Tahoe, and my brother-in-law and sister-in-law live in Myers, and they have some issues with VHRs, you know, complaints, especially, you know, I mean, until 2 o'clock in the morning. Complaints have been filed, you know, called, whatever, but no response. So there's some issues that's going on there. And I can understand that, you know, this is an unincorporated area. So the sheriff doesn't have a lot of manpower in Tahoe. Now, if it was in the city and it was, you know, the Tahoe City Police, that's a different category, different issue. This is in the unincorporated areas, which is the rural areas. And they don't have enough manpower to be able to respond to this. And even if they did, they'd probably have other calls anyway. There's more priority than a nuisance or noise disturbance. So that's one of my biggest concerns is on that too. And they have a lot of concerns, especially where they live, especially with all the noise issues and stuff that goes on, especially until 2 o'clock in the morning, you know, and
so George, can I kind of answer a little bit of that? We started the ad hoc committee to start addressing some of this back in 2017. And just so you know, what we started with were 2 things, goals and objectives. And the goal was to modernize our VHR policies and enforcement methods to retain the benefits of vacation rentals, because they do have a benefit, to prevent or mitigate their impacts on neighborhoods, and to minimize their impacts on public services. All three of those are important to remember. The objective, our number one objective, this was back in 2017, was to improve neighborhood compatibility and to avoid over-concentration of vacation rentals. So I'm really excited about this, frankly, because this is like the last chapter. What we've done since 17 is in our ordinances, in the nuisance, increase garbage issues. We've decreased garbage issues by increasing the ordinance on garbage, where they have to have, vacation rentals have to have garbage, bear proof or bear resistant garbage things. They have to have noise. We had a noise ordinance where after 10 o'clock's quiet time. We've increased the fees. And we've increased the safety in our neighborhoods with these vacation rentals by requiring fire inspections. So things like this are really important. So I don't want to, what we have done in the past. And I agree, the enforcement's been the hard part. It is very difficult. And we've heard that everywhere and in all the communities we've searched. What I was really happy to see is that we are moving forward with getting better enforcement. And that includes, you have to remember, when we started this, the tax collector was the enforcement. And so we really didn't have much as far as in the way of enforcement. So I think we've made huge strides. Is it fast enough for everybody? No, but I think we've made huge strides in getting there.
So I think the ordinance, obviously, that's passed is solid. I think we'll maybe in the future look at tweaks and that sort of thing. This really is about clustering. Do we want to impose a clustering overlay on the ordinance, basically, that says, here's the restrictions? And I struggle with, even with all the technology and everything else, if that is going to help, if the real situation is enforcement. So again, Brendan, do you think, with your knowledge, the amount of longevity you've lived in the Tahoe Basin, et cetera, your personal experience, is there ever an opportunity that an enforcement only provision would turn around the vast majority of concerns that residents have up there relative to the invasion of VHRs? Because I can see, the argument was made, you can always get a bad neighbor. You can't control the real estate next to you. And if it's sold to somebody who ends up being a bad neighbor, that might be a worse situation than a VHR that's properly managed, that the noise is controlled, the amount of parking is controlled. That might be a better situation for a resident up there than the alternative, which is getting a neighbor you don't like that's just creating all kinds of problems, and yet they own the property, so they're not going to be leaving short term. So can you help me at all with the enforcement part of it, with what we are planning on implementing in terms of getting people out on the streets to really help with this?
Sure. Let me take a stab at it, and I may speculate a little bit here, but I'll give you some thoughts, and maybe Chris could jump in too from the code enforcement side. I mean, I think it's a huge step that we're committing to hiring a dedicated code enforcement officer to VHRs, and potentially that position will be staffed in the Tahoe Basin. Currently, the District 5 code supervisor, we basically have code enforcement officers for each of the 5 districts, as I understand it. And the District 5 code enforcement officer is tasked not only with enforcing all the code enforcement issues in District 5, but also all the VHR issues in Tahoe. So that's just an overwhelming job, absolutely. So a dedicated officer will be key for the Tahoe Basin. That said, those officers typically work, a regular shift, kind of like I do, 8 to 5, Monday through Friday. I think we all know that most of the complaint issues are not occurring during those hours. So they're, typically it's occurring on Friday and Saturday night. And again, I'm speculating here, but in the evening hours, maybe after 10 p.m. when people are having a good time and making some noise. We do rely on the sheriff's department to respond to complaints after hours. There's safety issues. I know there's concerns internally about code enforcement officers going to say a large VHR that's having a party late at night, and there's potentially intoxicated people. We need trained safety officers that can handle those types of situations in remote areas in the county. So that's really important to consider. I think the reality is we're going to get better at enforcement, and I think we could combat many of these complaints. That said, when you're surrounded by VHRs, if you have 3, 4, of them around you, there will be noise. There will be, you know, increased traffic. There will be increased people on your street or behind you. People are there on vacation to have a good time, and there's certainly nothing wrong with that. I think the reality is that there will be added noise, and they may not be breaking rules technically. There may not be an ordinance violation, but there will be impacts on residents. And I think that's the feeling, and you can see it in a lot of the comment letters the board has received, that, you know, there really needs to be an ordinance violation in order for code or the sheriff to fill out a violation. And if there's no ordinance violation, that certainly cannot be done. And I think there's kind of a gray area there for what residents may feel are impacts, but are not truly code violations. So I don't know if that helps at all, but those are some thoughts. And Chris, I don't know if you want to add anything or not, but.
Not necessarily. I just want to point out that I think with the addition of the dev tech related to code enforcement, I think we're going to have an additional opportunity for education for folks who are going through this. We'll have an additional opportunity for education for the community, other things to look for, as Supervisor Novosel was mentioning with the ad hoc. I think as that awareness continues to build in the community, it gives code enforcement more of an opportunity to catch violations, right? Because to your point, we're not necessarily proactively out driving street to street, right? This is complaint driven. We intake a complaint, a call comes in, and right now that's being handled by sheriffs, and then administratively is turned over to code enforcement. So as the community continues to become more educated, as folks who register for a permit for a VHR become more educated on all the nuances of the ordinance, I think you're going to continue to see increased enforcement because folks know what to look for and what to call in for. So I think there's a real opportunity there. It's, you know, every bit as important as, you know, literally an individual from code enforcement in a car driving neighborhood to neighborhood, because that also is, you know, probably infeasible at this point in time and wouldn't fit our current model of code enforcement, which is complaint driven, reporting party driven. So education, I think, will be a key, and we have a new opportunity to do that with this additional admin help.
And John, can I just check?
Please.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Sue.
I was just going to chime in, you know, as a 40-year resident out in Myers, I get it. You know, you don't want to feel surrounded by vacation rentals. You know, I have a very close to me, and they're very good, and they're quiet, and I don't pay, you know, I don't have to pay much attention to them, but I'm lucky as opposed to some people that are in areas where they're concentrated. So I understand that frustration, and it is difficult, even if you have good enforcement. Like Brendan said, there is going to be more noise. So again, I'm fully behind some sort of buffer here, because I think the feeling of being surrounded, you know, losing your, again, I think vacation rentals are an important part, because I vacation, I like to go to rental. But that being said, you know, not everybody is as nice to each other. So, you know, there's this balance you have to know, understanding that you're in a tourist area. There is a balance to be had, I believe. So, you know, again, I think the idea of looking at some sort of buffering is important.
So one of the things that's been suggested is, like our discussion earlier, it's a little bit different, body worn cameras, that video surveillance being a mandate, and I can see particularly in violations, might help solve the problem. That's a self-policing action. I have stayed personally in VHRs that had video within the house and exterior. And when you signed the contract, you knew they had video. And it kind of gives you a heads up that you have to kind of be on your best behavior, or something's going to be reported and somebody will follow up. But having the video coverage of it is kind of like making it black and white again. Was this a violation or not? I suppose noise level could be an argument, but if it's disruptive in the neighborhood, it seems like you get to see that. And these video surveillance systems are not that expensive anymore. Provides an added level of security for the VHR owner. But I don't want to sound like Big Brother either. I'm not sure the practicality of imposing that sort of thing. It seems like we're going too far. But like I said, in the home that I stayed in, it was pretty much a heads up. Be aware.
Yeah,
So,
ew.
I
Yeah.
think it is if the owner decides to do it.
Oh.
I don't know that you could,
That's
that it
kinda
was man, this
scary.
was in the
Yeah.
city of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it was mandated by the city. I doubt it, but it was the
I've actually,
residents.
I've
owner.
had, yeah, I've had them in my vacation rentals I've been in. I think the issue is if when you've got a bad actor, when you've got a bunch of kids that rent a vacation rental and they're going up obviously above and beyond what the owner of the house wanted, you're not going to see those videos in time to get them. It's so unfortunately a lot of times the bad actors get away with it. So that's why
Well,
it's so important.
That's why the
it's
finding is important. Once you verified what it's in, the finding is there, right? And we didn't impose that
Yeah.
strictly on the owner, as I recall. So the person who does the renting, who signs the agreement saying they will abide by it, when they don't, they're the first one that gets the call that you owe us on this fine. And here's the video data, to verify our claims. And so at some point, it seems like it's a no argument thing, but I'm sure there's always arguments and appeals. But I just want to put that on the table that, I'm not sure that's an end all answer, but it is an opportunity maybe to think about this as we go on and really decide here, is there an alternative to clustering that makes more sense?
Well, John,
struggle
let me
with
add that with the large HRs, I did get into one time, was given a tour of one. The guy had not only 24-hour security, but he had noise monitors, and those would go off. And so that kind of gives you a little better security, and you're not so invasive, frankly.
Yeah.
But yet,
Yeah.
he told them when they signed it, if you go above a decimal level, you will get reported, you are going to get in trouble. And I thought that was interesting. So maybe it's something like that.
Yeah, and if we could encourage the VHR owners who do the renting and stuff to consider those kinds of low-cost devices, maybe that helps with our code enforcement and the self-policing, and over time that might get a whole lot better. I just want to put it out there. There all are alternatives. I don't know that any of them are practical in the current point in time, but there are some things to consider as we go through this, progression. So any other board comments or questions? Yeah, Lori.
Actually, I have a list here, so
Okay,
hang
go.
tight. I appreciate, Brendan, thank you for clarifying that the existing VHRs won't be impacted by this. I think a lot of the emails that we received, people were very concerned about that. And so thank you for explaining that. Nope, you guys are good as long as you keep, renewing and following the rules, you're good to go. So a lot of those email concerns are addressed right there in that statement. I did appreciate most of the people I think that I saw that came in, that emailed in about the proposed buffers, actually said that they felt that the 500-foot buffer and not having an additional, bigger buffer for the bigger places, they felt just the 500 would be adequate and probably easier for people to figure out too. So I really appreciated those emails because I think I was the one that pushed for that additional data just to see for this presentation. So it was interesting to see that data on the demo. And 500 feet, it does look like that would give people, like Sue, like you were saying, in my mind, that balance of, yeah, you're going to have a couple, but not be overwhelmed. And we're looking for balance. And it seemed like the 500-foot straight across the board. Plus, it looks like that would kind of even out to our cap even. So that one seems like a good number to work with. And then Brendan, I did also pick up on, you said potentially we might want to do this buffer throughout the county. And I would like that conversation to start now because I am starting to get VHR complaints. North County, they're starting to pick up. And because again, we have a beautiful county and people want to stay here. So maybe we can consider that. I don't know if we can do that today or not, but maybe bring it back, do it countywide and get in front of it this time. That would be amazing to get in front of it. And then with enforcement, yeah, the same thing was, would they potentially be able to work different hours, more when the complaints come in or not? That's something that could be desirable to do. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but, and then the other piece of it too is we got several emails saying that like somebody would email in saying they have a legal permitted VHR, but then they said, will the new enforcement person go online and look at VHRs and then look at our system to see if they're all permitted? Because apparently there's a lot of illegal ones. And so I didn't know if that was going to be included in the new enforcement person's duties, or if we have anybody that can do that, just go start checking and against what's available online for rent versus what's in our database, because that could probably get rid of a lot of complaints and stuff too. So those are mostly my notes from noodling and all the email. Got so many emails on this. I was really surprised. So anyway, and I think that's about it.
Okay, thank you, Lori.
I can respond to particularly your last comment, Supervisor Parlin. We do have a contract with host compliance that is still somewhat underutilized because we don't have the code enforcement staff to really jump in there and proactively use it. And so I think one of the goals, and again, Chris can back me up on this or correct me if I'm wrong, one of the goals of the new code enforcement officer would be to engage much more actively with host compliance and track down those illegal VHRs that are operating without, a permit, a business license, and a TOT certificate. Those are the three pieces that VHRs need to be legal in our county.
Very good. Thank you.
So Brendan, let me go to the hours thing, because I have seen situations where people will work 3 days a week and be off for 4 essentially. And if you work a Friday, a Saturday, and a Sunday and get the major complaints, is that a better rotational type of consideration? Is that something that's reasonable to consider, to assign work hours such that, people get their time off, but they're there when the majority of the infractions would occur?
I think it is reasonable, but we have labor agreements that we have to follow, and our union contracts, and we'd have to reach out to HR and certainly make sure we're following all the personnel rules in order to enact something like that. And kind of like I mentioned before, I have heard some concerns, especially from the code enforcement supervisor, that if it's just a lone code enforcement officer that doesn't carry a weapon or anything, and they're showing up to large houses late at night, there's potential safety concerns that are certainly going to have to be addressed too if they're working non-regular hours.
Right. And the other part of that is contracting for services during the low demand period, to add to the staffing that we would have available to work other parts of it. So, there's various mixes of things that would take more resources to do it. But I think all those are worthy of consideration as we move forward with this. So with that, I think we're ready to open it up.
Actually,
for
I haven't had a chance to go yet.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate just the dialogue today and the information. I also appreciate the complexity of this issue. Like so many of us, I've talked to advocates on both sides of this issue, and I understand, the economic benefit for the Tahoe community to have folks that are employed in cleaning the vacation rentals that are there's a lot of job opportunities within the Airbnb or the vacation rental system that is an economic benefit to the Tahoe community, and I totally get that. I also get the desire of residents to live in a residential neighborhood, not a resort. So it's, we're charged with finding that balance today. And so I appreciate the complexity of that. A couple questions. Let's see. So let's go with, currently, I believe our permit fee is, I think, 190, the staff report said, for a permit for a vacation rental. As we are adding code enforcement officers and some staffing to this program, I know there needs to be a nexus between the fee and the cost. But because we are adding staffing to enforcement, does that give us the ability to raise the permit fee for a vacation rental?
I don't believe just that fact does, but we will be embarking on a fee study this year to really look at what our costs are for implementing this program. And I do believe you're right. Just me knowing administratively how much work this is, I believe our permit fees are fairly low. And we will be looking at that with the potential to raise them to, again, basically pay for services or recoup costs as much as we can.
Right. I think that will be really important going forward, that we can recoup the cost of this program, because it shouldn't cost our taxpayer dollars, to administer this as much as we can. So that's great. Interesting idea that if we do decide to go with a buffer, whether it's 300 or 500, I guess I need to ask the question, do we need a cap? Especially if we're going to do a 500 buffer, which puts us at about 974. I don't know. And, that's something for us to consider after public dialogue. I guess my other question is, if we do decide to do a cluster, and if we impose that today, when would that go into effect? How long would it take us to do this within the county?
I can't give you an exact answer, but I could speculate. I would guess it would take us probably about 6 months, given the fact that we need to do ordinance amendments and there needs to be several readings of those ordinance amendments. We'll be hiring new staff, building new tools, expanding on some of the tools that Emma showed you, and figuring out how to roll it in with the existing cap and the waiting list that's coming and the other complexities internally for just the procedural and policy changes that we'll have to implement, so that when we hit the ground, we can make sure that we're on solid footing to implement the program honestly, fairly, so that the citizens can trust us.
It's quite a process ahead of us, perhaps. All right, thank you.
Yes.
That's all the questions I have for right now.
Okay, so you can obviously come back with more.
Yeah.
So, Kim, I think we're ready to open it up for public input now.
Now taking public comment on item number 19. Please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Now taking public comment from Lauren Gresh.
Hi there. Thank you so much. Just a couple comments and questions. Can you hear me? Just want to double check that.
Yeah, you're fine, Lauren. Go ahead.
Thank you. So with that 300 to 500 foot buffer, just a thought that isn't having 2 VHRs next to each other less disturbing than living between 2 that are 500 apart. So there's that comment to think about. The next comment is, how do you fairly allocate a permit when someone's on the waiting list when that buffer is in place? So if you're on the waiting list and that comes up, how does that work?
Yeah, so
Thank you for
continue to
that.
ask your questions, because we'll ask staff to respond to anything that they can when we bring it back to the board.
Okay, great. Those are the questions that I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Lauren.
Now take a public comment from Natalie Yanish.
Natalie, you're still muted.
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're fine.
Thank you. This is Natalie Yanish. I had submitted a very detailed letter explaining some of the issues with the proposed ordinance, and was hoping that you read through those comments. I won't go through all of those, but definitely the buffer is an issue of equitability between homeowners and private property rights, the ability of a property owner to garner flexible income from their property. And that results in reinvestment within our community, because we do have aging infrastructure, aging housing stock, and folks, who have VHRs generally tend to invest in remodeling those properties and upkeeping them, which, we're a vacation destination area. So doing this buffering and restricting the number of VHRs definitely impacts our jobs, especially construction-related jobs up here. Also, there's another thing that I didn't mention in the letter is that, first of all, you have a cap, then you have this idea of buffering properties, and then on top of it, a larger home having an additional buffer. So this is a very complicated policy that's being put forth. It stigmatizes certain properties, from being able to have the flexibility to be qualified to apply for a vacation home rental permit. The administration on the staff end seems quite heavy. And for the public and property owners, it seems like it's layer upon layer upon layer of restrictions that would be really difficult to navigate. And I do agree that and this is what everybody agrees with, is that enforcement is the number one problem. You know, I live between two VHRs in Tahoe. I don't have a problem with them. It's not an us versus them mentality. You know, we have more of a community minded. Everybody's got everybody else's phone number. Everybody watches everybody else's house, regardless of if you're a, you know, primary resident or if you're operating or using your home part-time or, you know, full-time as a VHR. And then I just wanted to emphasize in my letter that only 15% of homes in general are used as VHRs. So if you try to apply that to the buffering, this is really restrictive, and it would knock out quite a few properties from being able to get a VHR permit. And then, you know, also, like I said, it's just all residents, whether they're short-term, long-term, or primary residents, should follow nuisance ordinances. And I would like to see, you know, Ms. Novosel had brought this up as well, Supervisor Novosel, that, you know, the enforcement is the key part of it that has been missing. And I think it will cause a lot of these problems without creating layer upon layer upon layer of restrictions, you know, that are pretty administratively heavy and
Public
burdensome.
comment at 3 minutes.
Thank you so much for hearing me out. Have a great day.
Thank you, Natalie.
Now taking public comment from KS.
Hi there. My name is Kaushik. Thank you so much for the discussion today. It was awesome and it was super balanced. I wonder if we have looked at classifying VHRs in two different ways. One where it's a full-time VHR by an owner versus somebody who uses it as a family home and then substitutes an income differently. It would probably be hard to enforce, because I do think that those are two, coming from a VHR owner perspective, the use cases are different. One is for substitution, second is for purely income. And it does feel like, you know, you either go like Salt Lake City, South Lake Tahoe, the city, where you don't allow VHRs, or if we do allow VHRs, then probably just the cap and enforcement makes more sense. Otherwise, how do you become fair? You know, how do you become fair to even the primary residents there, where it's kind of luck of the draw if you are next to a VHR and then you're not next to a VHR. So that is one thing. And then for a VHR owner, you know, how, if you are, you know, you're lucky if you want flexibility in a year, you want to come and stay here for the entire year. And then the year after that, you want to apply again, then you're going to always be scared of losing your permit and never get it back again. So, you know, I think there will be a question about fairness. And so wonder if we've kind of thought about that. Thank you.
Thank you, KS.
Now taking public comment from 474.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Couple of things that I enjoyed. First of all, staff's report, and it brought into perspective how close you can get to the cap by doing these buffers. With the different uses then of the properties, and I think the gentleman who just discussed it with you talked about those people who are having properties that are used consistently for VHRs versus the ones who they own their family, but then there's some hours during the year which they may want to use their place for VHR use. But also the public comments could come from management companies who are responsible for managing large amounts of property, VHR. And the reason why I bring this up is because my son, before he bought the house, it was a VHR and it had a management company. And so when they bought the property, they continued to use the management company to manage the property until they wanted to use it for family purposes on a more greater level. So that's a couple questions. The value of the property, I would like to know from staff if the property becomes more valuable then on an individual basis, if it's designated as a VHR, meaning if you had side-by-side properties that look similar, would the value of that that particular property, the VHR property, be more or less because it's a VHR? I was just wondering whether you're defining by your work here at the Board of Supervisors who's a winner and who technically could be a loser in terms of property value. The two staff people that you've identified, I think, are critical. You know, if we didn't do the clustering, we should do the two staff, because one, it gets you a dedicated code enforcement officer that has responsibility to just that basin work. And Christopher, Chris, you did a good job in explaining that that right now there's just a lot of work for that person, and you need a dedicated person. But the tech rep also, from an administrative perspective, gives you somebody who can manage the technical data, which then constitutes how valuable is the database that you've created or are creating. It seems like even if you didn't do clustering, that database is phenomenally important and could be managed effectively. And what I'm relating to is that the way you went through it, buffer by buffer, and then we saw just about, I'm almost finished. We saw how it changed in terms of the parcels themselves, the individual parcels. I want to also add that work hours can be, it's a new position, so work hours could be defined for that position. Go through HR, say that you want to have them work Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or however you want it, but state that right up front, and then you know that's what you're looking for and that's what you're going to get. And then finally, the rest of the county. Everybody's watching. I'm watching. Diamond Springs, West Slope, and now I'm seeing this discussion, and it seems like you can come to some policy decisions related to how you operate this, including the clustering part. So those are my comments today. I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Now taking public comment from Matt.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
The board is deciding today on a policy that primarily affects those who have not really had an opportunity to participate in this discussion. Up to this point, only two stakeholders have really been sought out and engaged, which are current VHR permit holders and an extremely dedicated, vigilant small group of anti-VHR protesters who have, organized themselves very well to lobby county staff and whatnot. I'll note that you have only heard from a very few who are protesting this issue, but have not really sought input from the vast majority of homeowners who live and own in these neighborhoods. However, the constituents that are actually going to be affected by policies like this, homeowners who do not have a VHR permit, but may need to short-term rent their home at some point in the future for a multitude of reasons, are not being sought. It's easy to make policy that affects those who aren't even aware that their rights are being taken away. Think of the aging local who may need to temporarily rent their home as short-term after a fall when they're going to be in a care home for 6 months. Think of the family who's passed down a cabin for 4 generations and new property tax laws that are going to make it impossible for homes to stay in the family unless the home can be rented a few weeks a year. Lastly, I ask if a cap and buffering rules really solve the issues the protesters are bringing. These policies simply concentrate VHR nights into an ever-shrinking number of VHRs, where fewer homes are rented more nights per year. The only equitable approach to VHR control is an annual maximum night cap. No cap on rental permits, no buffering, simply a cap on number of nights rented per home per year. Call it 90 nights a year. This ensures no home becomes a full-time VHR. It ensures no neighbor is bothered constantly from a bad VHR. It discourages purpose-built VHRs. Most importantly, an annual night cap, instead of these flawed approaches, keeps property rights for all county homeowners equal. It allows homeowners that freedom and financial security of renting their home out a few weeks here and there that can bring. A vote for buffering is a vote against personal freedom, a vote against property rights, and a vote in favor of a few at the expense of many. Please consider scrapping this current proposal, eliminating the discriminatory permit cap and instead implementing a per annual nightly rent cap that protects neighborhood character, protects property rights, and is equal and fair for all. And I'll add lastly, an annual night cap would be extremely easy to administer, saving the county money. A simple online printable temporary rental permit form would allow homeowners to register their nightly rentals and print out a required daily permit. The county would know exactly which home should and should not have renters at any given time. Easy to administer, easy to enforce, easy to track, and fair for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt.
Now taking public comment from Scott Robertson.
Thank you. Scott Robertson. Quick background, I owned a VHR in the city for 10 years, now live in the county, and I live across from a VHR. So I've got a perspective from both sides. I've been active in all of these discussions through the city and through the county, and I'll go into my opinion in just a minute, but I wanted to say first, yeah, there's an annual permit of $190, but there's also a $700 inspection fee that's required every 2 years. So that 190 permit annually is actually $540 annually to every VHR owner. About the buffering, this is a wrong approach. The problem is you're taking and spreading VHRs everywhere in the county. So you've got places that aren't close to tourist attractions that don't have VHRs today. And putting this buffer is going to force VHRs into places that don't exist, and you're going to have a whole new set of complaints from residents that you don't have today. Buffering will ensure that you're going to have continually complaints and discussions moving forward. Back in 2017, Super Novacell mentioned that we had this outreach session, and there were two things that came from that session. One was to reduce the occupancy from 2 per bedroom plus 4 to 2 per bedroom plus 2, which was good. The other thing that came out of that was that the maximum occupancy should have been capped at 12. That was the agreement out of these meetings, and that was what was presented to us from staff. But when it got to the Board of Supervisor meeting, that maximum occupancy had been removed, and I don't know why, but that was a mistake. And now a lot of the issues you have now are because of that reduction of the not reducing the maximum occupancy. For the board, there's only two things you have to know about VHRs. First is that you have to reduce the occupancy. If you had a 2 per bedroom plus 0 and a maximum of 8, you wouldn't need to be addressing all of these other issues. All of the issues that are problems, which is noise, parking, and trash, all come from occupancy. Matt's point about the cap nights is interesting, but it will still, if you don't address occupancy, you're still going to have the noise complaints, which is the biggest problem. So it's an interesting approach, one I considered, but for me, it still comes back to reducing the occupancy and don't address any of the other issues. The other thing you need to know about VHRs is that you have to have strict enforcement. And you've talked about that, so I think that you understand that. But if you go back to the root cause, which is too many people causing too much noise, causing too many problems, address occupancy and strict enforcement, and forget all of the other discussions that you've been having. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Now taking public comment from Adam Thongset.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Adam Tongsvat, and I serve on Airbnb's public policy team. I joined today in strong opposition to the proposed VHR clustering and distance requirements. Clustering is arbitrary and creates an inequitable system of preference based on the timing that an application is submitted. It also invites fraud, whereby someone applies for and is granted a permit simply to let the permit lay follow in order to prevent rentals in the neighborhood. Distance requirements are extremely difficult to implement in a fair and impartial manner, and therefore susceptible to legal challenges. As witnessed in places like Honolulu, the use of distance requirements have been put on hold as local governments have struggled to construct a permitting process that screens for distance requirements with procedural safeguards that address prejudice, bias, or discrimination. The board recently passed a cap of 900 VHR permits for the Tahoe Basin less than 6 months ago. We urge the board to consider the unintended impact of distance requirements and how that may impact the county's VHR policy in the years to come. Vacation home rentals are a valuable source of local tax revenue, allows struggling residents to leverage their homes, and benefits local businesses. Onerous clustering and distance requirements will stifle visitor demand, eliminate critical opportunities for residents to make ends meet, and significantly reduce tax revenue and depress the ability for tourist-serving businesses to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. We urge the board to hit the pause button. Please allow recent amendments to the VHR ordinance to be fully implemented before adding another layer of onerous regulations. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and we look forward to working with the county on sensible short-term rental policy.
Thank you, Adam.
Now taking public comment from Joshua Peru.
Yeah, this is Jim Morris. Josh is in the same office with me. I'd like to speak 3 minutes and allow him 3 minutes. If that's okay.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, we wrote a letter to the supervisors. I don't know if anybody acknowledged it from Lake Tahoe Accommodations. Did I see any affirmative nods there? Evidently nobody read it. Okay, one thing, we've been in the business for 40 years. We've been through about every government here in Tahoe. We're in four counties and one city. And all the governing people believe that they're so creative, they can form the proper rulings. Along with your planner there, he believes that he can determine, well, what's a good size, well, we think is a large home. Well, okay, a large home is 12, okay. Well, anyway, there's no science to it. But what I wanted to ask is, and we asked in our letter, tell me about 12 or more occupants in a house. What statistics do you have that tells you that 12 or more occupants is more trouble than 8 occupants or 4 or 6? I'm going to ask the planner that question. Can you answer that question?
Not at this point. Keep going. Your time's going to run out.
Okay, what do you have on clusters now regarding complaints? You've got all kinds of houses that are clustered together, far apart, and so on. What are you using the data for? Because if you find that you have clusters and no problems, then you don't have a cluster problem. Okay, and how can you discuss a complicated matrix without even enforcing a permit analysis and regarding citations? This is Sue talks about, we've talked about enforcement. We're a professional property manager, and you haven't even enforced any regulations against people who are cheating you out of transient occupancy tax. Get the enforcement together and stop these hearings. We're tired of them. We're tired of having to take our working day and educate you people. It's very frustrating. Get your act together, take your statistics and see what you can make out of them. But I've asked statistics from you and your people, and they've never given us any statistics regarding the size of the units, the complaints, or clustering, or who's doing the problem. Are managed properties better than unmanaged? You just don't have it together. You're all believe you're great minds. And I thank you very much.
Thank you. So Joshua, are you going to go now?
Sure, I'll jump in. Thank you, guys. Hey, I want to start out by going back to this PowerPoint presentation. And in the first page, it talks about why a clustering policy. And there's 3 bullet points, and it talks about combating commercialization and loss of sense of community and nuisances. And I just kind of wonder why this PowerPoint uses the word combats. I just looked this up in the dictionary, and it says oppose vigorously. And I just wonder why that's used. I mean, the VHR issue already has its issues with the haters out there. And then to put that into your PowerPoint just kind of elevates the anger and the frustration with those people. I think we need to kind of tone it down a little bit in the future when we're talking about this issue. But one of the things that you put on that page is the loss of sense of community. What community? I mean, I know many of the supervisors don't live here in Tahoe. Sue could probably attest. You know that 60% of all homes in the Tahoe Basin are vacation homes, not rentals, empty houses that sit there empty probably 11 months out of the year. So what kind of community are we talking about here? You know, vacation rentals only make up about 10%, and that's actually according to your stats of all the homes in this community. So we're talking about 30% of the homes that are actually occupied by live-in residents. So what community? I mean, I grew up in a neighborhood that had every house occupied. I live in one now, but not in Tahoe. You're not going to have that. So I don't know why that's even brought up. And you know what the interesting part is when a vacation rental checks in to a neighborhood that has a family living nearby, now that family has people to play with, you know, has kids to play with, to go ride their bikes with while they're there for that week. That's adding sense of community. And the other thing I'm going to go ahead and say is, you know, you guys are going through this crazy project of trying to put together this buffering. I mean, I'm watching the whole presentation earlier by the lady showing us all those diagrams. Man, I was confused out of my gourd. You know, isn't just 900 cap easier? I mean, really, you know, you just implemented that moments ago, echoing the guy that talked earlier. And it just doesn't make any sense to me why we would jump to conclusions that much quicker. The question is, if you're going to put in this place, put this buffering in place, are you going to stop the 900 cap? Because that would make sense to me. I'll go back and say it again, that, you know, enforcement is the key. If you start enforcing your ordinance, suspend the violators, you're going to have success in helping out the haters. But you know what? Ultimately, the 50 people or the 20 people that are in your ear all the time bugging you about the problems that they're having in their neighborhood, you can implement a million other things into
Public
your
comment at 3
ordinance.
minutes.
One more second. You can implement a million other things into your ordinance and they will never be satisfied. Just remember that. They will always be knocking on your door, calling, writing letters, emails, knocking at you at the grocery store. Will never end. That's who they are.
Thank you, Joshua.
Now taking public comment from Tom Stewart.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking my call. I'm a resident that lives on a street that has 6 VHRs. And when we talk about sense of community, it's not about neighborhoods with kids or things like that. That's always important. But what's real important is being able to have your own property rights. You talk about the property rights of everybody. I'm talking about my property rights. I have people that walk through my yard that I have to chase off. I live on a hill. People think my hill is a play area in the wintertime. And I think it's important that the buffering will at least help give us a sense that we have our own neighborhood a little bit. Currently, my next door neighbor just sold their house. And typically the first thing that occurs when a VHR is coming in is a bear box goes in. I've got a bear box coming in. And it's probably, this buffering is probably too late for me, but it may not be too late for some of the other residents. There's an elementary school that's less than a mile from my house. And I think if you look at the GIS and look at the number of VHRs that are in proximity to that elementary school, I think you'd be shocked. I think that the suggestion of the 500-foot buffer with no other large VHR buffering, I think is a good idea. And I would appreciate the Board of Supervisors approval of the buffering. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
Now taking from Tony.
Tony, we
Good
can't hear
afternoon,
you.
honorable board. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're coming through now. You got an echo, but yeah.
Okay. I would like to express my desire to have a reasonable standard set for anti-clustering of VHRs. Unfortunately, as homeowners, we're losing our sense of community with these residential motels being located in our neighborhoods. I am fortunate where I know and can count on a majority of my neighbors But unfortunately for many in my community, they don't have that opportunity because they are surrounded by these residential motels. Our residents are confronted each week with a new set of temporary neighbors, and as such, a new set of problems regarding temporary neighbors who may not respect or share our values regarding noise, trash, parking, and a host of other issues. We need to restore our sense of community here in Myers. I urge the board to adopt a rational anti-clustering stance of 500 feet so neighborhoods can remain residential neighborhoods and not commercial neighborhoods filled with many motels consisting of transient population who often do not share our sense of community. I thank you for the time. I appreciate your help.
Thank you, Tony.
Now taking public comment from Stu Robertson.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I have a few different points that I hope that you will consider in making your decision. I apologize for the overhead air show. Number one is, I don't understand how it can be applied fairly. If I have a home and it is 400 feet away from my nearest neighbor, but I know they're going to be selling, so I'm about to get a permit. I'm in the waiting line, and suddenly someone buys 100 feet away from me and they can get that permit immediately. And now I'm just out of luck. And that kind of speculation, randomness is not going to be fair. And whenever something is not fair, unfortunately these days, people tend to look to the courts to try to resolve it. Other people had mentioned earlier about property rights and how it doesn't seem that this can be implemented fairly and protect people's property rights. The other thing is, as a manager of about 70 homes, we've managed over 15,000 stays of families, of people that have been great guests to the communities, that have provided us all with livelihoods. And when I say us all, we touch, just with our 70 homes, we touch over 150 different people directly that are employed as a result of this. So it's not just TOT money, which should certainly not be overlooked, but it's the livelihoods of people. And guess what? All 150 of us, we're residents. We live next to people that are part-time renters that may be here for a season, people that are homeowners, and people that are vacation renters. And in those 15,000 vacation renters that we have hosted, I would venture to say I have more problems from the long-term renters that live within 500 feet of me. So I don't see where this is solving a problem, and it goes back to what other people have said. Enforcement. We have had citations issued, and when they're deserved, they're deserved. We had someone in a hot tub at 10:01. The neighbor didn't hesitate to call, and they got a citation, and it was a fine. And that's what it's going to take. And then get rid of the people that are non-compliant, people that don't have permits. Let's improve the quality of the management of these homes, enforce it so that you don't have to put into place rules that are hard to implement. Thank you.
Thank you, Stu.
Now taking public comment from Renee.
Sorry for the delay. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're fine.
Okay. Thank you, Board of Supervisors. I'm going to do my best here. I'm not a public speaker. I'm an 8-year VHR owner. I go to great lengths to make sure that my guests comply, but we are only human. We aren't hotels. We don't have security on staff, which makes it a challenge. And I think one of the things that it just constantly gets overlooked, in my opinion, is not penalizing the offenders. You know, like I said, I have rules. I don't do instant book. I have conversations. I have sound monitors. My husband often jokes he would never book with us based on my rental agreement. But I can't call the sheriff when there's a problem because I'm penalizing myself. And I feel like I have no support system other than, of course, my management company. But, you know, if you actually penalize the people who are over occupancy, that are making the noise, that's going to have a trickle down effect when they go back home. They're going to go home, they're going to go to work, they're at the water cooler, and they'll be like, hey, how was your weekend? It's like, oh, you know, it was great until I got caught with too many people, and then I got this fine. And I think that that would spread like wildfire. And instead, I get a violation 6 months later, you know, because I don't know why. I guess the county is behind on paperwork, but there's too big of a delay. We have 10 days to file a claim when our guests leave, and to not get notified for 4 weeks, 8 weeks, 6 months. You know, we are doing our best, and I feel like there's no support system for us. The other issue I have is bad neighbors are bad neighbors. The focus is, in my opinion, in Tahoe is do as I do. If VHRs have restriction on noise, parking, hot tub, garbage, that should apply to full-time residents. And I know that earlier. I have a resident neighbor. They throw a bonfire every time I'm up there. I can take the dog for a walk way down into the meadow. I can still hear that music. If my guests did that, even though it was in the middle of the day, it would never be allowed. You know, too many cars in an area, that's too many cars. I don't care if it's a VHR or if it's a neighbor. Garbage, you know, my cousin has a problem all the time. His local resident throws their garbage in his bear box. They don't have a bear box. And then he's got videos of the bears going through their garbage. So I would like to see a little bit more, or a little less us and them mentality between the local residents and our guests, and have everyone be good neighbors for whatever reason. And I think last but not least, a little bit of constructive criticism is in my opinion, incompetency in the administration. We have zero leeway to respond to violations, permits, or whatever. If we're a day late or if anything happens, it's completely on us. Or for some reason, your letter doesn't get to us, it falls on us. But the
comment
county,
at 3 minutes.
Thank you. The county can take forever. The rules, there's no timeline for them just because they're backed up. Well, we have lives too. I could have had my husband in the hospital and didn't have a chance to respond, or whatever the case may be. It's pretty egregious that the county can take 6 months to file a violation. And I believe they're only filing it because the permit is coming up. But God forbid we take 1 day that we're late, and you know, we already missed 10 days for the mail to get to us. So, you know, this is just some input from just a regular permit holder. I really do my best. I do have sound monitors. I'm up Friday and Saturday night. I'm texting them screenshots of the decibel graph, not to keep them in check, but it is very challenging, and it would be really nice if we had more support from the community, from enforcement, and enforcement actually enforced those people who are violating.
Public comment
really
at 4 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate your time, and sorry if I was a little scattered.
Now taking public comment from Janet McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. First, I want to thank your staff for some excellent work. This is a complex issue, and I can only imagine all the work you've put in on this. So thank you very much for that. I do want to talk about noise monitors because I've had this conversation with the chairman of the governing board of the TRPA. Noise monitors protect the renter and the owner, but they have no benefit to us local residents. When we are awakened at 2 o'clock in the morning and the noise monitor goes off and notifies the contact person for the VHR, and they immediately say, shh, be quiet, you know, you're getting too loud. By the time the sheriff comes, it's too late. There's no sound, everything's all quiet. But we've been awakened at 2 in the morning and we're angry. Now, do you think we can go back to sleep? I can't, because I'm upset. Because once again, I've got a problem with a VHR. Now, for years, I didn't complain about the main VHR that we've had in our neighborhood for many years that was a problem. And I didn't complain because I used to be in the hospitality industry here at Tahoe, and I didn't want to ruin their vacation. But by God, at some point when they're ruining my peaceful and quiet enjoyment of my home, I'm going to speak up. Now, I want to share something. that goes back a long time. More than 25 years ago, I worked for the city of South Lake Tahoe in public policy development. And back then we were starting to have some issues with vacation rentals. And I pulled a couple of council members aside and I said, I think we need to put some parameters around vacation rentals now while the problems are small. They wanted the TOT just like you do. I understand that. But things went out of control, and Mr. Morris, who you heard from, threatened to sue the city of South Lake Tahoe for return of all TOT that his guests had paid. And so the city caved, and now we have a voter initiative where the voters actually have spoken, and they have banned vacation rentals in the residential neighborhoods. So of course the realtors are pushing everything out our way, and we warned you years ago that this would happen. This discussion has been going on for almost 4 years now. And long ago, we determined, and we had people on both sides of the issue saying, you know what, anti-clustering is really something that makes more sense than even a cap. But we finally got a cap, and we were overjoyed at that. But we've been very reasonable over this period of time. I have lost almost all of my friends have moved away out of frustration about this issue. During the time that we
Public comment at 3 minutes.
I'm nearly done. Over the time that we've been waiting for this to come up, and it's been delayed for more than a year now. Now we have in my neighborhood vacation rental after vacation rental after vacation rental. It is not just about noise, trash, and parking. It is about loss of community. And for Mr. Morris to say there is no community here in his little letter here, I want neighbors who, when my snowblower breaks down, I can walk over and say, hey, Joe, can you come help me? I can't go ask a person who's a tourist. And let's be clear, a tourist is not a neighbor. It's a revolving door. Now, we really need to move forward with this. Yeah, I appreciate your time. Please move forward with this. We need the 500-foot separation to have our sanity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Leona.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you. And thank you very much for addressing this issue. And again, thanks to the staff for such an amazing presentation. I'm in favor of the 500-foot buffer and the cap. I would like to remind you that your own county council came up with a case law, I believe it's Carmel versus Ewing, that says VHR owners lose their property rights when they become commercial entities. So I'm not really sure that property rights is an issue here. I also would like to say that code enforcement needs to be here in Tahoe, not in Placerville. I made a phone call to code enforcement during an issue in my neighborhood, and she said, well, I can't come up and see it right now because it's snowing up there. So I think we need somebody up here, preferably with 4-wheel drive. Somebody spoke about occupancy numbers and how that would solve the problem. But quite often what the VHR renters do is they don't follow the rules and they over occupy. And without a cap for the numbers of VHRs, they'll just rent 3, 4, or 5 houses in the same neighborhood, and then we have the same issues. So that doesn't really solve the problem. Anyway, thank you again for addressing this. We truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Leona.
Now taking public comment from Tad Dodson.
Hi, this is Tad Dodson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to offer comments in support of the anti-clustering 500-foot border, but I'd like to respond to some of the items that were raised during the presentation to board, as well as some of the comments received from the public. It strikes me that Jennifer Franich economics analysis is really too focused on the top revenue issue. Folks are going to come to Tahoe. So if they're not staying in a VHR, they're probably going to stay in a hotel, lodge, or camp in the city of South Lake Tahoe. This starts to smell like a turf war over revenue between the county and the city. And I would like the county to focus on matters that matter to me in my neighborhood. A question was raised by one member of the board as to whether enforcement can cure some of the ills of the VHRs that pervade our neighborhoods. And my response is absolutely not. It can't fix the parade of strangers that these mini hotels put in our neighborhoods. Those are the guests, the cleaners, the landscapers, the hot tub maintainers, and the maintenance personnel. It doesn't fix the removal of housing stock, and it doesn't fix the shift of private enterprise onto government resources, sheriff and codes. Those are, managing security at a hotel gets done at the hotel. It doesn't account for the use of commercial use of residential resources in our neighborhoods like water, energy, and garbage. And I can tell you now, based on living here 5 years, that nothing the Board of Supervisors does in terms of enforcement will change the El Dorado Sheriff's Office behavior. EDSO refuses to issue citations for patent violations of county ordinance or the vehicle code. They roll out, they use my tax money to come here, they give a verbal warning, and then they roll away. So you're not going to convince EDSO that they are not the welcome wagon for strangers. I'd like to see just once a citation and a tow, but good luck with that. Matt commented that an annual nightcap would fix things. Well, probably that would just result in a set of lawsuits from the current VHR operators who are uncapped. So that's probably not going to work. Another person commented that, we should fix this problem before it invades the rest of the county and starts popping up VHRs in places that aren't near amenities. That was interesting to me as a resident who has 3 VHRs, because it sends the message, it's okay if Tad is between 3 mini hotels, as long as we don't let this problem move out into the county. It's interesting that Airbnb sent a representative.
Public comment at 3 minutes.
Thank you. I have 2 more points, please. I urge the board to consider the input of its constituents who vote and pay property taxes, not companies looking to profit off our neighborhoods. Regarding Mr. Morris and Mr. Priew's comments, the best day of 2018 was when Lake Tahoe Accommodations managed property behind me was sold. It eliminated the weekly role of the sheriff to their poorly managed VHRs. And finally, even homes that are occupied part-time are my neighbors if I get to know them, even if I only see them 4 weeks a year. So in closing, I strongly encourage you to implement a buffer and maintain the cap. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tad.
Now taking public comment from Nicole Ladd.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I want to very briefly bring up 3 things. I'm against the proposed clustering. Number 1 is time. Give the current ordinance time before adding additional rules. The more time you give the ordinance in its current state, the more time you give Bay Area residents to be educated on the rules. I don't think there's been enough time. Number 2, something nobody else has brought up is home values. I have a real estate background, and if you own a home within the proposed clustering of a VHR, your home value will drop. It's been shown that a buyer's ability to make their home a VHR is directly correlated with home value. And number 3, employment. To piggyback on what Stu said from R&R, I also manage about 70 additional VHRs, and I directly as well as indirectly employ hundreds of locals in this community. We can't speak of community without thinking about these community members' jobs. To say that local cleaners and maintenance members are strangers to these neighborhoods is outrageous. I know hundreds of people that live in these neighborhoods that they work in. So to hear that last comment was very frustrating. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nicole.
I'm sorry, Jim L. is using an older version of Zoom, so he will need to call in. Jim, you'll have to call in at 530-621-7603. The meeting ID number is 994-3317-2838. And after Jim, there is no more public comment.
Okay,
So if we give Jim a minute and then we can
Yep,
end it.
yep, absolutely. Give him a minute. And Kim, maybe while we're waiting, if you'd repeat it, just so he can write it down.
Or did you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, please, just,
Jim L., the phone number is 530-621-7603. Meeting ID is 994-3317-2838.
good.
Did you maybe want to continue with your discussion? And if he pops in, I'll let you know.
I think we're just gonna cut off public comment at this point. We need to move forward without going backwards, so
Then
thank
there
you,
is a-
Kim. Okay, so back to the board for any, well, first of all, let's ask staff to respond to anything they would choose to respond to relative to the comments, questions that were posed. Brendan, do you want to offer anything at this point? You're not required to, but I just want to open it up for you.
Sure, Mr. Chair, thank you. I can respond to just a few. Lauren asked about how we would allocate waiting list positions if buffering or the clustering policy was overlaying on that. You know, that would come down to using that pre-screening tool. So if we pulled wait list number 1, we would then have to check to make sure they were not within a buffer. And if they weren't, we would allow them to move forward. If they were, we could not allow them to move forward and we'd have to continue down the waiting list. So we'd go to number 2 and do the same exercise. Let's just see, I'm looking through my notes. You know, Matt talked about capping the number of nights per year. You know, that's certainly another tool the board could consider. We did not perform that analysis, but that's certainly another option. Someone mentioned the fire inspection fees. That is true. We do collect fire inspection fees, but those are passed through to the fire departments. So we do have a VHR permit fee, and then there is a fire inspection fee on top of that we pass through. We do not retain that as a county. And so that is true. I have exchanged some emails with Josh and Jim on some of their statistics, and I'm certainly happy to continue to do that. They have my email address, and I'm more than happy to continue to share whatever statistics we have. I'm not sure if maybe Chris wants to jump in on any of the enforcement statistics that they were mentioning. Let's see, I'm just looking through notes for some, you know, I can't really respond to. It's more of their thoughts and opinions.
I have just a couple of comments while you're still looking, Brendan. Just for the to address some of the comments we got that maybe came up before Brendan was involved in VHRs. So as Supervisor Novosel mentioned, we had the ad hoc committee several years ago now at this point, and some of these ideas were discussed at that time. The night cap that was discussed.
I was going to point that out. Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, pretty early on. And we also did kind of look at, should we have a different set of rules for those homes that maybe only rent a couple times a year versus I guess the professionally the VHRs that are used often. One of the criteria we used in bringing options to the board early on for how to address this issue was the administration and enforcement of those rules. We didn't want to create any rules that would be really, really difficult to administer or enforce. So while we looked at a lot of different options, what we've tried to bring to your board over the years has been those solutions that we think as staff we could actually implement and enforce through code enforcement. And then one other thing I wanted to touch on was this, one of the callers mentioned fraudulent permits that don't get used. When we brought the cap forward, we did include a provision in the ordinance that a certain amount of TOT must be remitted to the county each year in order to hold your permit, in order to continue applying for your permit. And that was to address that very issue. We don't want people pulling permits just to restrict their neighbor from pulling a permit and with the intent of never using it. So those were my comments. I don't know if you have any others, Brendan.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on one. I do believe that the sheriff can issue citations directly to renters if they're found in the act of violating ordinance requirements. So I just wanted to respond to one of Renee's comments. Again, they have to be caught and found to be violating an ordinance. And maybe Roger could back me up on that. I see he just turned his screen on.
Yeah, I want to make a couple of comments. One is the sheriff does issue citations. I've been in the hearings where their citations are the foundation of the complaint. And I did want to emphasize that we do, in fact, under our ordinance, issue citations to the offender, meaning that the violator of noise quiet time rules is the person cited, often the rentor. So we did fashion the ordinance to try to punish the primary offender, not necessarily the owner, but the bad actor. And I've seen a number of those in the enforcement hearings. Chris went through the statistics. I can kind of back that up because I'm the one doing 4, 6, 8 hearings a month on vacation home rentals. I just wanted to mention briefly, I think I did this last time, but we often get questions about property rights. And I just want to very briefly say again that there is not an absolute right to use a residential property as a VHR. We tried to, be as fair and equal in our application of our rules as we can be. There was a comment about, and I think Brendan further indicated, if we get to a cap on a waiting list, then it's going to be first in time for the next available permit. And the comment was that somehow was not fair. It might be the most fair way to go to the next permit is just first in time. And it certainly isn't arbitrary. Again, and this is contained in the first slide, the purpose of looking at anti-clustering is to address the issues through the cap and through the anti-clustering that are important to preserving the nature of the neighborhood, preventing disturbance by nuisances, et cetera. So when we're applying the cap and or the anti-clustering, we're applying them with reference to those primary factors. That's the basis of any limitations we might put in here.
Roger, thank you for weighing in. There was one comment since you're on that I would like to go after, and this was an email that was received. It was from a gentleman in Tahoe Paradise who stated that they have CC&Rs within their subdivision and the CC&Rs prohibit CC&Rs. And yet we've issued permits for CC&Rs because we don't have a responsibility as a county to do anything to enforce CC&Rs. But I would like to see if there's some wiggle room there that we could document those subdivisions that have CC&Rs and not grant any more permits to those to support what the CC&Rs are trying to accomplish without getting into an enforcement or anything else. Is that a possibility?
Well, the problem with that, everything you said is correct, and the county doesn't enforce private CC&Rs. There are dozens of different CC&R regulations within the county, which are often updated annually, semi-annually. The ability for the county to stay on top of all of those regulations would be hugely burdensome. But, and I say this, I've said this many times because you're right, I've gotten these phone calls myself. There are many of these homeowners associations that have these CC&Rs. The owners can enforce those CC&Rs. Their homeowners association can enforce those CC&Rs. And within our own VHR ordinance is the right for a citizen to take private action. I actually got a call from Placer County Council the other day asking me about that provision, saying, hey, are you guys getting many of these private actions? I haven't seen any, but the ordinance does allow for that.
Okay, thank you. So that's the pursuit they should take, is take it through the court actions and stuff. And because the county obviously can't just look and say, okay, you've got the CCNR, we're gonna not allow a new VHR to go into a community, because that really isn't our role as a county. So
it isn't.
John? Oh, I'm sorry.
If I can make one more comment, it isn't, and it becomes very difficult because of the sheer volume. And for example, the one that actually came to me was a 1960 set of CCNRs, and it had all sorts of other legal problems. And the problem is we would be left with interpreting some of these CCNR agreements, which may or may not be enforceable at this point, and that's just not the role of the county.
thank you for that. Understand. So
And John, I just
please.
wanted to clarify that that question was brought up most of our public meetings. We held public meetings out in Myers at the Magnet School. We've had them held at the South Tahoe Middle School, in Meeks Bay, down in Placerville. We've had over a dozen meetings.
At the airport. Yep.
Yeah, out at the airport, and it was brought up about CCNRs, and that's exactly what Roger says. Exactly what we've told the public is go take your homeowners association, and by that way you have that right to make a decision on where they want to go. They can enforce their own CCNRs.
Right. That's an alternative they have to form
Yes,
an HOA or establish CCNRs or whatever, and then enforce it themselves if they really are concerned with this community aspect of things. Because that's the first thing I thought about years ago. What would I do in my community? And I would try to get it in our CCNRs, although it's not there now. That would be one action you could take preemptive, get ahead of it if you're really concerned about VHRs frequenting your neighborhood and, kind of gradually easing their way in and taking over. If you establish CCNRs, you have the provision to do something on enforcement. We're fortunate in El Dorado Hills, we have our El Dorado Community Services District who enforces CCNR. So we don't have quite that onerous a situation where individual property owners need to file suit against individual property owners and, take it that because that becomes very contentious. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you, Roger, for the comment. And back to staff. I don't know, Chris, if you wanted to add anything, or if Brendan, you had anything else you wanted to cover?
No, I
All
did
right,
not.
very good. Thank you. So then back to the board for our discussion and somehow.
I'd like to get
John?
Supervisor
Oh.
Novosel's input.
Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that because I did have some comments from this and some of the questions that out public. Again, we've had I think about a dozen meetings between South Lake Tahoe and on the West Slope and in Placerville to discuss this. So there's been a lot of public input and I think I'll go back to 2018 when we asked Survey Monkey and asked people what their biggest concerns were. Number one was noise. Second was depletion of long-term rentals. Next was parking and traffic. Next was unpermitted, unregulated rentals. And the next was interesting, unfamiliar people in my neighborhood. So there really are, after all of these years, about 4 years of looking into us, I would say there's really issues. One, enforcement, and it is the biggest. If we could get people we came up with a new set of ordinances, they make sense, and it's just very difficult to get those ordinances enforced every time someone pops up with a large party or whatever. It can be difficult. But the second issue is neighborhood compatibility. And it's such an issue that at TRPA, we brought it up in our local government committee that I chair on for TRPA, and neighborhood compatibility became one of those thresholds that Brendan was talking about as far as receiving allocations. So it's not just about enforcement, it's how people view them being around them. And again, I'll state that it's very difficult when you're in a there's tighter areas in South Lake Tahoe that have more condensed areas where you have that ability to have some of these vacation rentals literally surrounding you. And then there's areas where out in Christmas Valley where I live, it's much more spread out. So sometimes you don't even see them or hear them. So there's these unique issues depending on where you live. If you're up on a hill and you see people all around you, that's different than being a flat area 4 acres away. So that's what our ad hoc committee truly tried to do, was get down to what the basic concerns and questions are, and then find that balance, understanding again that vacation rentals are important. Vacationers, tourism, it's our industry in Lake Tahoe. So how do you find a balance that allows for that industry to prosper and yet still be able to control enforcement and allow for neighborhood compatibility? And so those are the issues that it's regional. We've got 6 agencies, 6 different jurisdictions up in Tahoe. We're all dealing with it differently depending on what's going on. But the bottom line is those are the 2 big issues. And I will just say the first thing that I mentioned, somebody mentioned, having South Lake Tahoe help. About getting 24-hour help on the weekends. And Brendan and I have discussed this. I just want to make that clear that would be great, because South Lake Tahoe is no longer going to be needing enforcement agents per se. And we thought it would be great if there was some way to coordinate with South Lake Tahoe to get some code enforcement officers that live in South Lake Tahoe, because that is a big one. And then the other part about who's in line and how does that all work, that's a part of that concern that people say, well, I'm constructing a house. How do I get guarantee that I will have a permit? And will somebody jump in front of me if they buy a house and all of a sudden I don't have that ability to rent? So that was a question I saw. And then the larger vacation rentals, we discussed this at length. Brendan will probably go over that, about what to do with large vacation rentals. And one of my things is exactly what I just talked about is, if you're on a large lot, maybe you don't see or hear them very often. And maybe the traffic's not bad because they're in a very rural area, as opposed to some of these. And I can name 3 or 4 of these areas in Lake Tahoe and South Lake Tahoe that are close to the city limits, especially, where they are really getting impacted. And large vacation rentals are probably not appropriate there. So, how do you make that, again, that balance? I think we still have a ways to go on the large vacation rentals. I would certainly like to see maybe lot sizes brought into that conversation along with a buffer. But I would still like to see some of that issue discussed further. But those are my big concerns there. I was talking about, again, neighborhood compatibility and enforcement. And I think we've done a really good job, and I really appreciate staff really hitting this head on. And it's been 3-4 years of working on this. And yes, we've got a lot of sides and we got a lot of people frustrated because it's taken so long, but I think we're getting there.
So I guess I have a question for you, Sue. So based on your extensive work on this issue, which way are you leaning as far as the direction before the board today?
I think I mentioned it at the start of this, is that if I were feeling like I was surrounded by vacation rentals, I would have an issue. So I don't think that buffers are a bad idea. I think I like the idea of this 500-foot buffer to start with. We can always come back and tweak. This is not written in stone. And I think this starts the process of allowing people to understand that, eventually we can kind of figure out what makes sense. So I appreciate staff's work on this, and I think the recommendation is right on.
That's where I was thinking the same thing, Sue, is that do the 500, keep the cap. It'll kind of even out in my mind, if the data looks pretty good with the mapping. And then, like you said, if we find we don't like it, we'll come back and tweak it. But it does seem like a good path to getting that, like you said, the compatibility in the neighborhoods, getting a little bit of balance. It seems like a very good starting point. I agree with that.
And I would just add on that I really think this needs to be countywide, exactly what you're talking about, Lori.
Yes.
We have the opportunity here.
It's countywide, so yeah.
Yeah. I honestly think we should talk about this countywide, because that's what we don't want to do, is create an issue somewhere else when we have this opportunity to not let that happen.
That's a good point. Can we do that today, given the way this is agendized? Is that a thing we can do?
That's direction to staff.
Yeah,
so.
I think you're simply providing direction to staff to come back with ordinance amendments today.
Okay.
Very good.
One of the things I want to say, I agree with you, Sue and Lori, because that's one of the things I was considering is 500 buffer zone, 500 feet, because, being that I hear a lot of complaints and a lot of emails from people, and their concerns and stuff, especially around these vacation homes, especially my family, when they have a couple of them on their block and these kids are racing up and down the street at 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's a big issue there, and especially for the safety of the residents in that area too. So I think the 500 feet is a good start. I think also, do we use the STAR program anyway up there in that area? Do we do that or not? Because that's something that I think I know during the COVID, this coronavirus and stuff that's been going on, I know a lot of things are shut down, and that's one of the things I was thinking we could use the STAR program when we get opened back up.
Yeah.
George, if
A lot of these issues.
If I recall, George, I believe we talked about the stars, and the issue is that I don't believe the sheriff wanted them being used for enforcement, certainly not evening enforcement kind of a thing. If I recall correctly, I believe that it was discussed and we didn't think that was probably such a great idea in the end.
Well, the only thing with the STAR program, which I understand because they've gone around checking businesses and residents and certain things that are going on, but they could also call in, if they see a complaint or see a problem, whatever like that, then they could at least, call in to the sheriff's department so they could respond on it.
It's a good point. Yep.
Okay.
I guess my only question on this issue is, we just implemented the cap, 6 months ago? Not too long ago, did we?
More like 9 months ago.
Or 9 months
Yeah,
ago? That was
sometime,
Yeah, I think it was-
before we were on the board. I
Yeah,
wasn't quite
exactly.
sure how long.
Yes.
So, do we know if that's working? Especially with our enhanced code enforcement resources that we're going to be putting in place. So there's a couple options. One, we could do the 500 buffer, and I would say we analyze it for at least 18 months to get a full season in to see how it's working. Or another course of action would be to stick with the buffer, do the enhanced enforcement measures, and then measure that and come back in 18 months. I think those are kind of the two courses of action that I'm weighing. If we were to employ the 500-foot buffer, I think it would make sense perhaps to eliminate the cap because we'd be at 974 in the Tahoe Basin. And that would
That's
spread
by
that.
an estimate. I don't put a lot of confidence in that estimate. It could
And
be
I-
off by
okay.
50%.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I
okay.
think
It's an
that's
estimate.
right.
Okay.
That is kind of where our brains were at when it is an estimate. It depends. There's so many ifs about placement
Factors,
that
okay.
it just felt like good to have the cap, do the 500 buffer, give it some time, like you're saying, to see how it kind of starts to even out. Attrition, if some
Right.
people do let their permit go, it's going to morph around a bit. And then we can see, and then we could tweak it. And then too, we're going to watch how it goes on the West Slope because
Right.
it's increasing.
And I do agree with rolling it out countywide now rather than coming back and trying to reinvent the wheel. I think that makes sense. I guess so my main question for staff is if the board is wanting to go in the direction of 500-foot buffer, do we feel confident that with the enhanced enforcement resources that we'll be putting in place, that we have what we need in order to implement and manage this program with a 500-foot buffer and enhanced code enforcement measures? I don't mean to put people on spot.
I'll try to take that one. I mean, with everything that I know, I can give a tentative yes. I believe we can. Adding the 2 new positions will certainly help us out. This program administratively is complex, and this
Yes.
makes it more complex. That said, we're going to give it a shot if this is the way the board wants to go. And we can certainly report back with how things are going at some frequency and reevaluate if necessary.
And Wendy, can I just make a quick point in that the cap, this clustering is not meant to be a cap. It's about neighborhood compatibility, which is different than the cap.
Sure, I get that, yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure we understand that.
Yeah, no, I get that.
So,
Okay.
so I do have a question about the other agencies you mentioned. Is anybody looking at noise monitoring devices as the next mandate to try to get control as opposed to something like clustering? Is there any agency that's going that direction? Because that monitoring of sound seems to be the #1 violation. And if you've recorded it, it's pretty hard to beat that rap, I would think. But is anybody going that direction you're aware of?
That's probably a good question for Jennifer or Brendan.
Okay,
Yeah, so this is also a topic that we've discussed a couple times. The issue that we know of with sound monitoring is that the decibel readers pick up sound in the environment as a whole, and it doesn't tell you what the source of the sound is. So they can be set off by just a car driving by on the road, for example. And so the enforcement aspect of that, it brings up a lot of issues. I think what we kind of had settled on in the past was that maybe there are some good management practices that we can encourage the property management companies to take, and that maybe they could use monitors for their own purposes, but that the county would stay out of that as a means of enforcement.
okay, fair enough. But to me, it would have to be sustained noise. It's not just a Harley driving down the street at 2 a.m. I mean, it'd have to be a sustained noise issue to be an issue, but I don't want to get into detail. So thank you for that. I appreciate the comment. So I think we're back to, is somebody going to make a motion?
Oh, sorry, thought we were kind of like, that's a
We
direction.
were getting
but
ready.
Yeah,
so,
yeah, no,
we need a motion, I think.
Sue, do you want to do that since?
Sure,
you
yeah, I'd
started
like
off with the
to,
comment thing?
Thank you. I'd like to move the staff recommendation for this.
To do the 500.
Being the
I'm
500
sorry, for the 500 foot. I'm sorry.
I want to make sure we got.
I don't have this in front of me. Yes, I'd like to.
Okay.
500 feet. I'll second it then.
Thank you.
And to be clear, so is that inclusive of the additional buffer for the larger homes, or are you excluding that?
We're excluding that.
Excluding that.
Understand it.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
500
That's what I had
feet.
understood as well.
500 feet
Yeah,
total.
Just wanted to
Very
make sure.
good.
Thank you.
And then
And-
countywide, correct? You wanna
Countywide,
do
which is part
countywide,
of
we'll
the
look at
ordinance. I think that
countywide.
those are good.
Countywide, 500 feet. And I would like, if everybody's okay with this, is to direct staff to still work on the large home ordinances, see what there is out there that may work. So I do think that we still need to talk about that sometime.
Okay,
Does that make sense? Or,
that can be in that direction, right? Just to
okay,
keep
it's just
looking
direction.
For
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
options.
So
or
this is
something?
direction to staff. They'll come back with a more formal revision, I guess, the ordinance to incorporate the clustering concept. Is that?
Yeah, so based on the motion on the, staff would come back with the revisions to the ordinance and go through that process. I think that part's clear. I defer to the team who's working on this, but I'm a little confused about the direction to continue working on large.
Yeah, I
What
almost
what does
think
that mean?
we need to
Right.
give
I think we
this,
take a pause.
give this buffer a chance to
Okay.
work
Yeah.
without,
All right.
and our staff's gonna have a lot to implement with this direction today.
You know,
Right.
and, and that's a really good point, because it seemed like a lot of the emails that we were getting in, the folks felt that just giving them that 500 foot
Space.
breather in between, it didn't matter if it was large or big, that seemed like
Right.
they felt that that was really gonna help. So I guess
Okay.
we'll just give it some time to see if it washes.
We can bring it back at another time. Thank you. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm okay. Yeah, I'm okay with that then. Okay.
And one other thing I think is important, we talked about, the cap and stuff. I think we're at what, 750-ish applications, either completed or in process.
850.
Now we're at 850.
850. So we
Yeah.
have a 50 margin right now. So whatever action is taken, obviously, there's a little bit of capacity left there with the 900. So, yeah, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, can I make one more suggestion? And
Yes.
The staff will probably love me for this, but can we put a time frame on when to return with the ordinance? I want it to be reasonable, but
Oh, great.
What would you suggest?
What is reasonable?
Brendan, Jennifer, Roger, since you'll probably be leads on this, is 60 to 90 days reasonable from your perspective? And then is that okay with the board?
I think 90 days is good because that gives us a little idea of what's going on and how we feel that we can even move forward with something else if we're not satisfied.
Roger, Brendan, Jennifer, is that okay from your
Within
workload?
Yeah, within 90 days would be good for me.
Okay, schedule it for a board meeting within 90.
All right, so I'll amend that motion to be within 90 days to come back.
Okay. we
Really
got a
good.
a second on the amendment, right?
Second, yeah.
Yep. Okay, George, thank you. So, Kim, I think we're ready for roll call. So
Supervisor Heidault, how do you vote?
aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Nice. Good work, you guys. This has been a long time coming. Good job.
These are tough because there's no really perfect answer, right? It's always
No.
let's try something and then let's make adjustments if we need
But I
to.
think that
So
mapping tool and seeing it and, that really helped a lot with
technology's
visually.
there. Yes.
Yeah.
That was
So
great.
it-
I just
think-
want to thank staff. This has been a long 4 years.
Yes. Long, long,
So
long.
thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Brendan. Thank you, Roger. It's been a lot of work.
Very
Thank you
good.
all.
Appreciate it a lot.
Thank you.
And with that, I think we're ready to adjourn at 4:04 PM. So again, thank you all for your participation and we'll see you shortly again when we convene the board again. So thank you.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a
Take
good